Yes, greetings from Bulgaria, Happy New Year. It's time for a new course. In our new course of Lambda Tests, we're going to talk about Selenium 4. Let me share my screen. And in this Selenium 4 course, we're going to discuss how you're going to upgrade. We're going to discuss many of the new features. But first, who am I? I'm Anton Angelov, CTO and author and expert on Selenium. Maybe you know me from my blog Automated Planet or from some of my books about design patterns in automated testing. You can watch already on the Lambda Test channel some of our courses about JUnit, XUnit, NUnit that we go really in depth for more than 4 hours each. And I'm really glad to help you learn everything about Selenium 4. Let's discuss our course. It will be around 10 different videos or course modules. First, we are going to discuss how to upgrade from Selenium 3 to Selenium 4. This will be the current module. Then we're going to discuss the new relative locators in Selenium 4. By the way, there is a really awesome video already on the Lambda Test channel discussing the various Selenium 4 features. So you will find it below in the description, but you can watch it first. And also don't forget to subscribe to the channel, of course, because you will find, especially if you click the link, link, you will be notified about the new awesome videos that are getting published each week. So yeah, in the next video, we're going to talk about relative locators, the new strategy of locating elements. Then we're going to discuss this new feature about easier way of handling basic authentication in Selenium 4. Then in the next module, we are going to discuss the new Selenium IDE next generation, that it's not only running as an extension for Firefox, but actually it's completely rewritten and it's available on various browsers and has many new capabilities. And together we are going to discuss the new rewritten Selenium Grid that can help you to run your tests distributed. Then the next few modules from the course will be dedicated to various capabilities of the Chrome DevTools protocol, and together with the so-called bidirectional protocol. In Selenium, Selenium guys are working with browser vendors to create WebDriver bidirectional protocol. Because it will provide a stable cross-browser API that uses bidirectional functionality useful for both browser automation generally and testing specifically. And right now, mainly this is implemented in the Chrome DevTools protocol, but this protocol, it's coupled only with, it's working only on Chromium, and it's coupled a little bit with the browser versions. However, until the spec is complete, there are many useful things that this Chrome DevTools protocol can provide us, and we are going to discuss them in this course. So first, we are going to review how you can use these new protocols to do geolocation testing. Then in the 6th module, we are going to discuss the responsiveness testing, changing device mode, user agents, the size. Also, in all of these videos, we are going to review as well how you can not only locally use these features, but also how you can use them in continuous integration using and running them in the cloud platforms, such as Lambda Tests. We are going to review how this works because the platform already supports Selenium 4. Also, in the 7th video, we are going to discuss troubleshooting techniques, inspecting and observe elements in the DOM, accessing the console logs, and many others. Also, we are going to talk about the new capability of this bidirectional protocol and from DevTools, how to capture, monitor network traffic. Maybe I will show you some advanced design patterns such as black hole design pattern to optimize and run your tests faster. And the next thing, we are going to talk about performance related metrics, how you can access them and display them. Also, probably I'm going to show you how basically you can test the performance of your website using various techniques, using the protocols such as setting the latency for the connection, altering the upload and download throughput, testing offline apps, and many more. And the last video will be about network emulation. And as I said, we are going to discuss the many awesome features that the Lambda test platform brings us, especially about responsiveness testing and many other types of testing. So in this video, as I said, we are going to talk about how to upgrade to Selenium 4. There are 8 different things that I'm going to mention. The first thing that we are going to cover is how to basically convert from capabilities to options. Then we're going to show you just a small code snippet how you can upgrade your dependencies. Then I'm going to show you an easier way how you can basically initialize the remote WebDriver for connecting to the cloud. There are a few changes to the actions class that you should be aware of because maybe some deprecation messages can occur. The same is related to some updates about setting the timeouts for configuring WebDriver. Some methods have been removed from the API that you should be aware of. We're going to discuss the difference between HTML attributes and properties because Selenium API, the guys added a few new methods working with these attributes and properties. And lastly, we're going to discuss some potential errors in deprecation messages. So let's begin. First, upgrading dependencies. This is part of the Maven home XML file. Basically, this is the way in Maven how we can mention basically which dependency and which version are going to be downloaded from their online repository. Right now, this was the previous version 3.1. The only thing that you need to update is to change the version here to 4.0 or newer version if there is one. Then the second thing, converting capabilities to options. This is really important because some of the old APIs have been deprecated. This was before we used these desired capabilities to set many configurations about the remote WebDriver. And in the test, capabilities are basically not structured to be 𝑨𝒏𝒕𝒐𝒏 compliant. As you know, the new version of Selenium are now 𝑨𝒏𝒕𝒐𝒏 compliant. Basically, the browser vendors are responsible for developing the drivers. And this is why, because these capabilities are not structured and not compliant, they may cause a session not to be started. And some standard capabilities are browser name, browser version, platform name, proxy, timeouts, and many more. You can find the full list on the 𝑨𝒏𝒕𝒐𝒏 WebDriver website. And any capability that is not contained in this list needs to be included in vendor-specific prefix. This applies to browser-specific capabilities as well as cloud vendor-specific capabilities. For example, if your cloud vendor uses build name capabilities for your tests, you need to wrap them in as here cloud2.options block. For example, this is the approach for Lambda tests. You put everything in hash map of string object, Here we have this Lambda test specific capabilities such as user, access key, build, name, platform, whatever. And then we provide this prefix LT two dots options. And then we put here the hash map. Also, a key difference between the two approaches before was that before we used this class desired capabilities and we initialize it from this method here, Firefox or Chrome. And now we need to use the new options classes, Firefox options, Chrome options. We have separate options classes based on the browser. That's a really key difference. And they have for the compliant capabilities, we have getters like platform name, browser version, right? And an alternative way to start your session in Java is with the remote WebDriver builder. This class has a few advantages for cloud users or for Lambda test users, including automatic driver augmentation and the ability to set HTTP client settings like read timeouts. And as you can see, it uses this Fluent API to set the options. It's similar to the actions class that in a minute we will review. It's up to you which approach you will use. And in the next course modules, we are going to talk more about augmentation. Now, as I said, there are a few changes to the actions class, so let's review them. Actions class in Selenium provides many methods for performing a single or series of actions on the web elements present in the DOM, like mouse actions, click, double click, context click, keyboard actions, key up, key down, send keys. Basically, these are two different types. And this was the API before. For example, if you want to do a double click, we had to first move to a particular element, then double click, and yeah, you need to chain them like this. As I said, actions API use it Fluent, meaning chaining methods. This is like another way of designing your library instead of having multi-calls. And the new way is that basically in Selenium 4, several new methods have been added to the actions class. As you can see now, we have these overloads for the click, double click, context click, where we pass the element to the clicked, and we no more need to add this move to element, which makes the code more concise. And also, this method here, using for releasing pressed mouse button, was initially part of interactions button release action class. And now with the updated version of Selenium, it has been moved to the actions class. Now, as I said, there are a few updates regarding the setting of the timeouts. And probably you'll get some deprecation messages, so you need to be careful about this. The parameters received in the timeout have been switched from expecting wonk and this time units to expect duration. This is how it was changed. Before we had two parameters. Now we need to use the duration class part of Java and use these factory methods to initialize the duration. Also, weights are also expecting different parameters now. WebDriver is now expecting duration instead of wonk for timeout in seconds and milliseconds. This is how it was changed now. So the with timeout and polling every utility methods from the Fluent wait have switched from expecting wonk and time unit to expect duration. The sixth change is that some utility methods have been removed. These utility methods to find elements in the Java bindings have been removed as they were meant for internal use only. So you should use the standard approach using the by class. it is what it is. Now, let's discuss first what is the difference between attributes and properties. Here, I have added an example HTML, where so the attribute is a static attribute of a given DOM node, whereas basically the property is a computed property of the DOM node object. An example of a property would be here the checked state, right, of the checkbox, or the value of an input field. Is where attribute will be, for example, the href, because it's something static that it's not changed, right? Or the type of the input. This is an attribute. So there is a slight change, right? They're almost the same thing, but not exactly. So before we had a single method called getAttribute for both of them. Right now in the Selenium 4, we have two new methods, getDOM_attribute and getDOM_property. Most of the time, these two methods return the same thing, especially in Java, where getDOM_property is returned as a string value. And note that this getAttribute is still available for backwards compatibility, but it's implementing by sending a large blob of JavaScript to the remote endpoint. And where is possible, it's recommended to use one of the new methods for performance and precision. And lastly, let's discuss some potential errors and deprecation messages. We already discussed two of them regarding the removal of the find utility methods and the fluent wait and timeout getters. There are three more things to be careful. First is merging capabilities is no longer changing the calling object. It was possible to merge a different set of capabilities into another set, and it was mutating the calling object. This was before. And now the result of the merge operation needs to be assigned. So this is like a really slight change, but you need to be careful. Firefox legacy. Before Gecko driver was around, the Selenium project had a driver implementation to automate Firefox, like less than version, maybe less than version 50. However, this implementation is not needed anymore, as it does not work in the recent versions of Firefox. To avoid major issues when upgrading to Selenium 4, this set legacy option will be shown as deprecated, and you should be aware of. The recommendation is to stop using the old implementation and rely only on Gecko driver. And as I said, the following code will show the set legacy line deprecated after upgrading. And the last change, the browser type interface here has been around for a long time. However, it is getting deprecated in favor of the new browser interface. In the next module of the course, we are going to talk about relative locators, a new handy way of locating elements. I'm really excited about this video, so stay tuned and hit the subscribe button and the ring button to get notified about it. Thank you very much for watching. If you have any comments, put them below. You will find many links about articles and everything inside the description, so check it. Also, don't forget, you can reach me anytime on LinkedIn. You can check the Lambda test blog, because there are many articles regarding Selenium 4 and many others that are really detailed, and it's a really awesome blog. And don't forget to get your Selenium certification. Stay healthy and see you soon. Hi guys, greetings from Bulgaria. I'm here again with you to create our second video about Selenium 4. Actually, I prepared the demos a week ago, but I had some sick problems. I couldn't speak, but now I'm well and we are ready to go. So let me share my screen. And in the last video, we spoke about how you can upgrade from Selenium 3 to Selenium 4. If you missed the previous video, first you can watch it. Also, don't forget to subscribe to the channel to receive notifications about many other awesome videos, and check the Lambda test blog because there is invaluable information. In today's video, we will continue with talking about relative locators. As you know, this is something really exciting that was added to the Selenium 4 release. And what are the Selenium relative locators? In Selenium 4, the relatives locators were introduced. They were previously known as friendly locators, and they can be helpful to find elements based on the relative position of other elements. For example, this email input based on the password. On the other hand, this strategy can be very sensitive to other page layouts. For example, you need to be careful when using relative locators in responsive web pages, since the layout can vary based on the viewport. And WebDriver uses the JavaScript function getBoundingClientRect to determine the size and the position of the elements on the page, and can use this information to locate neighboring components. Before, I have prepared more sophisticated examples, but let's first review the available relative locators and see them in a simple situation. And consider that we have this simple login form. And imagine that not all of the inputs can be located easily, that they don't have stable locators, right? To create relative locator, we use this class relative locator, and it provides us with this with function where we need to mention, usually by tag name, what is our searched web component. In our case, we are going to search for the email input. This is why we mentioned tag name input. And afterwards, you can use the different methods, relative locators. Basically, we'll review all of them, but you have above, below, you have side relative locators like left of, right of, near, and you can even chain all of these locators, relative locators. So using this syntax, we are saying in instructing WebDriver, we are saying, please find me the input that is just above the password, right? Because we know that in order to locate the password input, we have a stable ID. Similarly, we have the below method. If, for example, imagine that we know how to locate the email here, but we don't know how to locate the password, we can change the positions, and we can say relative locator with tag name input. But in this case, we're going to search for the password input. And we say that this input that we don't know how to locate it is just below the email that we know how to locate by ID. And as I said, we have left of and right of. This is why we can use this example for these two buttons, cancel and submit. And in this case, we say, please find me the button that is left of this submit. So we are searching for this cancel button, that it's of type button, right? It has this tag. And we say to left of this submit that can be found by ID submit. And vice versa, we can have right of, and if we switch the positions, right? And lastly, you can use the near relative locator. And suppose the relative positioning is not apparent or varies based on the window size. In that case, you can use the near method to identify an element that is most 50 pixels away from the provided locator. One great use for this is to work with form element that doesn't have an easily constructed locator by its associated input element. So, and lastly, you can, as I said, you can chain relative locators. So you can say with by tag name button below an email to the right of the cancel. This is totally legit to use, but be careful. It's quite easily can be become really verbose. And as we will discuss later on in this module, many often I prefer to use actually XPath instead of this long chaining relative locators. Now let's review something else. I have prepared simple web page here, as you can see on the screen, that actually have 5 input text fields. And I wanted to demonstrate that actually CSS can change the layout of the web page, right? It can, as in our case, if you observe closely, actually in the HTML, the email input is actually above the password, but through CSS, we change their positions. And if you instruct your code to type inside the next input that it's below, for example, the city input, you would expect that maybe because of in the HTML, the email input is before the password, but as I said, because we are using this special JavaScript function, it actually respects the CSS and it's going to type actually in the password. So you should be aware of this. As I said, here is the example. I'm loading this HTML file and I'm saying relative locator by input that is just below the button, this button here. And as I said, usually this is the place for the email, but through CSS it's below. And this is why actually Selenium will type into the password input here. And now, as I said, I have prepared for you a more sophisticated example. Just to skip the hello world examples. So imagine that you have this website for searching for zip codes. I'm going to show you first how to automate the scenario using XPath, and then we're going to compare it to relative locators. So now, imagine that we already opened this page here. So I'm going to copy the URL, and we want to type here a city that you're living on, and click the find zip codes. Imagine that many often if we search here, let's for now accept that we don't have an easy like an ID or something for this field here, right? Probably you can find it by name, but let's accept that for now this is something that it's changed over time. It's not stable. Usually in such cases, we in order to locate such inputs, actually we use the labels next to them, right? So if we need to work this out with XPath, we can use XPath access to find the input based on the label. And let's do that, right? So as you know, we can search and test the XPath directly in the browser. if you press Control F here at the bottom of Developer Tools, you will be able to test your XPath. So first we need to locate this label here. So I can type label, and then in these square brackets, I can use the XPath method text equal, and then I can mention town/city 2 dots. And as you can see, we found this label. And afterwards, as you know, in XPath, we have this thing called XPath access to traverse the DOM on both directions. This is something that you cannot do with CSS, especially the direction up front, above. So in order to find basically the input that is just below this label, we can use the access following /sibling 2 dots input. And as you can see, we found this particular input field. And let's see, I already prepared like a skeleton of our test, right? We have a class called relative locators tests. Here we're using JUnit. Before all tests, we are downloading the Chrome driver, and before each test, we are starting Chrome driver. If you're not familiar how you can use Selenium together with JUnit, we have in the Lambda test channel, I have worked on many videos regarding JUnit, so check them out. And we basically use this annotation called test to mark all of the different tests. So let's create a new test. I will delete this one for now. So I'm going to create a new test, and I'm going to do void test. And here first, we're going to navigate to this URL, and we're going to find the city input using our the XPath that I showed you, and then we can type our city, for example, Sofia. Next, I will spare some code for you. Usually when you open the Chrome, open a new session, there will be a consent screen about the cookies. This is the code just to, just to agree that we agree and find all the cookies. And just, wrote the code for you just to work on the example faster. Now, if we want, instead of using XPath, we can try now to use derivative locators. This was the point, right? And what we can do, I'm going to name this city input 1, and let's begin to see how we can rewrite this. Well, I'm going to delete this part. Every time we need to start with a relative locator class, right? Then we need to mention with. The first part is our stable locator. In our case, we're searching for input. So here we need to mention that we're searching for input. In our case, this is the city input. And afterwards, because the label, let's review it. It's so here is our city. Usually in the HTML, the label is above the input. However, as we, if you remember the simple HTML with the 5 fields, we actually need to observe that this is actually the label is left of the city input. So don't make the mistake to mention below. We need to use left of. And here we need to mention how we are going to locate, the city, and we're going to use the rest of the stable. In this case, we're going to use the XPath label text equal to town city, which is the name of the text of the label, right? So this is how we can rewrite this using relative locators. Now, the next part of the test should be clicking on this Find Zip Codes button. If we inspect it, you will see that actually probably we can find it using this value find zip codes. However, if you work here with these tabs, you will find that there are more than one inputs having this value. And in order to make it unique, we can write an XPath that first locates this H4 with this particular title, and is just above the form that contains the input with this particular value. In order to, again, we can use XPath access. So we can mention H4 square brackets that have text equal to the title. And then here, again, we need to use following sibling because they're on the same level, right? Following sibling dots for, and now, because the elements are inside, we need to mention input, and as you know, all of these fields here are inputs, so we need to find the one with value that contains find zip codes. Relatively long XPath, right? Equal to find here it is. Again, I know it's a bit long, however, it is what it is. So we can type this in our code, and we can click this button, right? Now, if we want to find this using relative locators, let's see how we can rework this. Well, first of all, we can, again, I'm just going to copy paste this. Again, we will use probably parts of the XPath here. We cannot skip it. But anyhow, we're going to start with relative locator with, again, we're going to search this time for inputs, and that contains this value, right? Actually, we're going to search for input that it's inside this form and has the value of find zip codes. And next, we need to mention that actually this time it is below it is below, and now we can use the export for mentioning that it's below the H4 that contains the text, find zip code, state, whatever. As you can see, it's a bit longer even than the version with the export. However, we can, if we name this one, we can rewrite this to make it a little bit shorter. How we can make it a little bit shorter? If we first locate the H4 like this, driver find element, we locate just the H4 through XPath, and then in this below method, instead of using the locator by XPath, we can pass the found H4. Keep in mind that this is not optimal solution, because in this case we're going to make 2 calls to the driver server, right? Which usually most probably won't slow down so much your test. However, if you many often use this technique, may cause some slowness. As you know, in automated testing, we are striving to optimize everything to making our tests faster. And lastly, once we click the button, I will skip this part for you. Let's accept that we opened, for example, if we search for this, our next goal will be to click on one of these zips, and imagine that we're already on this particular page. For now, I'll just skip the rest of the code. And we want to extract some of the information here. For example, we want to get the data in a special class called zipinfo. I already created it. It contains the city, state, zip code, longitude, and latitude. And we want, based on these labels here, to extract the information. In order to store the information, instead of class, I created this record. As you know, the records are new to Java. It's basically when you use it instead of class, it will create automatically for you all of the getters, setters, to string, hash codes, and everything. And also it's immutable. It's easier for read-only data, like in our case. I wrote a code for again searching for the particular city, in this case Sofia, or the first 3 letters from my name. And once we click the search, we can extract all of the links. Here I used Stream API basically to locate the table with the zip codes, and we basically extract the first 10 links from there and generates links to these special pages, and then we can for each them and save the information in a list of zip codes here. So we are going to store the information about the first 10 links, 10 zip codes displaced in this table based on our search criteria. And in order to do so, I'm going to create a private method, private string. We can call this find zip data table, and here we are going to provide what label we are searching for. And so again, here we can use 𝒏💆, and then we can rewrite this. We can rewrite this to use relative locators. The way we're going to use this, again, a little bit of more advanced Java code. We're going again to use stream. This is absolutely the same as just making a normal for each. Here I'm using stream method for each, and I'm using the lambda. L means a link inside this list. First, I navigate and open this particular page. So I'm going to open this for all of the 10 links that I stored. And then we are going to call our new private method for each of the columns that we want to extract the information for the city, state, zip code, longitude, latitude, right? Let's now inspect the code and see how it looks like. So as you can see from the HTML here, it will be a little bit trickier, you know, to check the information. For all of these fields, they follow the same HTML structure. As you can see, we have two TDs here inside the table row. TD is for a column, so we have two columns. Inside the first column that it's marked as label, we have the data label, in our case, zip code, city, whatever. So based on it, we want to locate the second column. As I said, a little bit trickier. So again, Control F, and we can start our search. So we can mention that we are searching for a span that contains square brackets, text, equal, quotes, zip code. And now we selected the column, and we need, in order to use following sibling, we first need to select the parent of this span, this column. This is the parent. So we are going to use 𝒏💆 parent, and then we are going to say column, and then we're going to use a second 𝒏💆 following slash sibling two dots. As I said, a little bit longer, but anyhow, we now could manage to select the column. So this is our, you know, this is our locator, and you can use it here in these private methods. So we can say find by 𝒏💆. As you can see here, I use string format. Here you can use span, whatever. Here even you don't need this. And in the string format, instead of using the label as in the example zip code, two dots, basically I'm changing it to make it more generic, to pass the label here. And I'm reusing, you know, every time I'm returning the text of the column that contains the data that we want to extract. And in this case, as I said, we're calling this method 5 times to extract the information for these 5 columns. And now, if we want to rewrite this using relative locators, we can do that. I already did this for you. We can comment the code for the 𝒏💆 version, and here it is. Relative locator with tag name TD, because we are searching for a column, that it's right of a span with text that contains this stuff, right? And this works like a charm, not a problem. However, keep in mind, I would suggest my preference is to use 𝒏💐 because you can test it in the browser. Many often, for example, it's quite easy to be confused again. For example, if you use the following stuff here, this will throw object reference exception, and you won't know what happened. You cannot test it before you run the test or debug it, right? And many often you cannot rely because of the brackets, the dots, whatever. It's usually it takes longer to type inside the IDE. So my preference and my suggestion is to read that there is a really long and detailed article about 𝒏💐 and 𝒏💐 access on the Lambda test blog. So you can find this, read it, and my suggestion is most of the time, probably for such complex scenarios, it's much better to use 𝒏💐. However, if you, I don't know, maybe you find this relative locator API easier, then you're free to use it. It's there. It's good to have options, right? One last thing, as you know, in Java, we can do static imports. And basically, we can make our code a little bit shorter. So you can mention here static dot star, and we can do the same for Locators dot star. And now we can skip all of this and make it shorter. You need to be careful using this, because if you do it, the code is much shorter. However, you cannot use the IntelliSense, right? Basically, the suggestions from IntelliJ, what are the available options for relative locator or by methods, right? But if you know all of them, maybe this syntax will be better for you. Again, this is an option to make your test shorter. I think these were most of the things that I wanted to show you about the relative locators. In our next video, we are going to talk about new next generation Selenium IDE, part of Selenium 4 release, and the new rewritten Selenium grid and all of its options about distributed testing. So stay tuned and wait for the next video. In order to get notified, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and hit the ring bell to get notified. Thank you for watching. If you have any questions, you can always reach me on LinkedIn or you can comment below. Also, in the description below, you will find many useful links, shortcuts to the video, and of course, there is a dedicated GitHub repo where you can download the source code. You can follow the blog, and don't forget to get your free certification about Selenium and JUnit. Thank you for watching and see you in the next video. Hi guys, welcome from Bulgaria. I'm Anton, and we're here to create yet another video from our new series about Selenium 4. Let me share my screen. Today we're going to talk about many exciting stuff. And for the first time, I'm going to share some code from the new Selenium 4 from DevTools protocol support. I'm Anton Angelov, CTO and co-founder of Automated Planet. Also, don't forget to subscribe to the awesome channel of Lambda Test. There are many awesome videos there, and also check their blog. Every week, there are really detailed articles that can help you. And in the description below, you will find many links, resources, and links to the source code that I'm going to show you, right? In the last video, we talked about relative locators that are part of Selenium 4. and we compare it to 𝑨𝒏𝒕𝒐𝒏. If you missed the video, return and check it. It's really interesting, and I think it will be helpful for your understanding about Selenium 4. And today I'm going to show you, in the next videos, we're going to talk much more about Chrome DevTools protocol, but today I'm going to show you especially one really helpful method called pin script that actually allows us to execute initialization scripts on our pages, and this means that we can on every page that we load afterwards, this script will be executed for us instead of every time executing it manually, calling the execute script method. And I'm going to show you two really helpful examples to imagine what this is. But first, what is Chrome DevTools? Maybe you already used in your in a minute we're going to use the Chrome DevTools, but basically Chrome DevTools is a set of tools that are integrated with the browser, and let's directly see an example. You can open it with 𝑣𝒏𝒕𝒐𝒏. Here it is. You can inspect the DOM, right? You can use it to debug web apps. You can export the performance using the network, right? We can see the sources, the JavaScripts, and everything that it's part of the web page. We can inspect the elements and all that. And with the new version of Selenium 4, we actually have access to this DevTools protocol. And you can also, many of them we are going to, you can search for Chrome DevTools protocol, and there is really detailed, here it is, really detailed documentation, right? That you can find all of the different commands that are part of this DevTools protocol. Of course, in the Selenium documentation, some of the most important features that have been integrated into Selenium 4, you can find also different examples in various languages. However, here there are only 5 examples, not so much, especially the things that I'm going to show you today are not part of this documentation. And nowadays, it's a little bit hard to find examples how to use it properly. And so let me show you an example, and then we'll see the pin script in action. Our test, as you know, probably you watch some of other my courses on the Lambda test channel about JUnit or XUnit, and there we automated this to do application. Basically, through Selenium, we were able to automate different Angular, React applications, and basically this web app, right? It's implementing the same to-do application using different web frameworks. And basically, our test will add different to-do items here. It can delete them, check them, and check whether the 3 items are there or not. So this is our tests in short. I already created the code for you. I'm just going to quickly explain it, and then we will continue with the JavaScript stuff, right? So here we have private variables to the driver, WebDriver weight, and actions. These are the 3 core classes that we use in WebDriver. Through driver, Chrome driver, we're starting the Chrome browser, and probably you know already the library called WebDriver Manager that we installed through Maven here. And this WebDriver Manager is responsible for downloading the correct drivers for us, in this case, Chrome. And what else? We use the actions class, you know, to do complex keyboard and mouse actions like drag and drop or clicking enter on the keyboard. And shortly, I created private methods to reuse parts of the code. Nothing really special. I'm just, you know, here we have this wait and find element that we use WebDriver wait for waiting for particular element to exist first, and then we interact with it. And as I said, we use the actions class to, you know, when we click in the input, we need to press enter to add the to-do item. This is why we use the actions class. You can download the code and see it. It's not really that important. You understand here from the names of the private methods what we are doing. We're opening the Backbone.js implementation of the to-do app, and then we are adding 3 new to-do items, and we check one of them, the BiDi one. We just check it, and then we assert the label that I showed you before. Here it is. We click here, we add 3 items, we check one of them, and we verify this label here. That's it. And now, the more interesting part, right? The more interesting part will be that I want to use a library called 𝒏𝒒 in order to build really cool animations like this. They will appear here in the right corner of the application, and we can use them at some point to debug our application, especially if you run the test in the cloud and you have a video recording. You can add some debug messages there and see them on the video. This might be really helpful. Once we build that, I'm going to show you how you can write a small JavaScript snippet to highlight for a while the elements that we're working on. And then we will see how we can integrate all of this with our test. Now, you can find this library here. It's open source library. If we read the installation, we need a link to our webpage to this CSS of the library. It's hosted on this CDN, and we need to execute the following script. Afterwards, you will be able to use through jQuery to call this 𝒏𝒒 method and basically add the message there. For the job, also, we're going to need jQuery. This is a really popular, this is one of the most popular helper libraries for JavaScript. Maybe if you are familiar with JavaScript, basically we work with jQuery using this $ to find elements. It's basically like it gives us many utilities to help with the JavaScript code. And if we return to our example here, let's see what we need. First, we can open Chrome Developer Tools console. As you know, here we can write JavaScript. And the first thing is to check whether we have jQuery or not. To do so, we can type window jQuery. And as you can see, we already have it here. So we can type, so we need first to download and basically initialize the JavaScript for the notification library, right? And I can write get script and then provide the URL to it. I'm just going to copy paste it. And as I said, this is going to load the JavaScript from this URL. The next thing is that here in the head, as you know, we here through links we're linking these CSS files on the page, and this is how we reuse the CSS styles. Basically, the CSS styles are responsible for how our website looks, right? And if you remember the installation steps, we need to add the following CSS, and we can do that through jQuery. And first thing, I need to find the head element. Here it is. This is the head. So to the head, in jQuery, we have a method called append. And here I can append the script that I showed you before. Basically, this will add this following element to the existing HTML. And if you open the elements, you will see that this link was added also. And now, if we return here, you will see we can just try the first sample, right? And let's see what happened. Observe the right corner here. As you can see, here is our notification message. We can, of course, change the text, right? Now the test, here it is, right? And we can use that in our automated tests. As you know, in basically in WebDriver, we have this execute script method, and we can execute any JavaScript. However, what will happen if we don't have jQuery on the page? Well, I will show you now how we can download it and initialize it if we don't have it. Directly, I'm going to show you now how to use the new Chrome DevTools protocol. First, here we are maybe before the web development rate. I'm going to zoom in. First, we need to get the DevTools. Since here directly we need first to, you are initializing Chrome driver, but since we are our variable is referencing not Chrome driver but WebDriver interface, we need to cast it. After you cast it, this will be available for you, get DevTools. And this get DevTools method is available for Chromium engine, Edge and Chrome driver. Edge driver and Chrome driver are implementing this Chromium driver that gives you the, here using the reflection, we can see that somewhere here we have this get DevTools, right? Now, after we have the DevTools, we need to create a new session simulating, F12. After we have the session, you need to use the get domains methods. DevTools, get domains, and then as you can see here, we have different domains. Basically, this is how the different methods part of the DevTools protocol are grouped. And we need to access the pin script method. We're going to use JavaScript domain, and then here you'll see that you have pin. And in this pin, first we need to name how this initialization script will be called. I will name it notifications. And afterwards, here we need to provide the script. I will use this syntax multi-line strings in Java, and I already prepared the script, and I'm just going to explain it. What else? Here it is. So what we are doing? Well, here I want my script. As I said, here we are going to execute this on every page. And the thing that I'm saying with this script is that once the page has been loaded, we're going to execute the following script. And the thing that we're doing here is first we're checking with the condition that I showed you, we are checking whether there is already jQuery on the page. If not, we are going to create a new script tag with of this type, text JavaScript. As you know, for example, the CSS, it has another type, right? Text CSS. So we need to be sure to add this text JavaScript. Then the source or the actual JavaScript is this one. I copied it from the jQuery website. This is their CDN. After that, we're again through JavaScript, I'm accessing the head, and through the append child method, I'm just adding this new script tag. Else, if we already have jQuery on the page, we're initializing the $sign to be equal to window jQuery. And afterwards, I'm executing the same code that I showed you before. That's it. Now, if we want, however, we will need one more method. And this new method, I'm going to I already created it actually. I already added here a thread sleep. Just for your convenience, we don't need it. But since the test is going to be executed quite fast, and we are going just to see many notifications, I'm adding this half a second pause in order to see these messages. And actually, this private method is just calling the same function for the notifications that I showed you before, right? And through string format, I'm basically creating the correct form for this function, right? And now the big question here is how we're going to combine this private method, the pin script, and where we're going to execute this. Well, you can actually manually add this whatever you want, wherever you want, right? For example, here, you can add it here. And for example, mention here, add new to-do item plus this, right? You can do that. It's perfectly fine. However, I want to show you a bit more generic approach. Previously, in the previous versions of WebDriver, we had something called event firing WebDriver. Basically, this is a special class. This was a special class in WebDriver that basically gives you the possibility to create like a decorator and execute actions, for example, after click, before click, when you find an element, whatever. However, as you can see, now it's marked as deprecated, meaning it's not suggested to use it. And if you read the deprecation message, you will see that actually the maintainers of Selenium 4 instruct us to use a new class called Event Firing Decorator. I already prepared the code so that we can spare some time, and I'm going to explain what we are doing. First things first, later on we're going to add the highlight. But first, we're creating WebDriver listener. This WebDriver listener give us many, if we open it through reflection, this is an interface where, as you can see, we have these default implementations for these methods. They're empty, and you can override them, and add something that you want, for example, to be executed before finding elements, or after finding elements, or after your before clicking or after clicking, right? So these are some places where you can execute your own logic, and this is what we are doing here. There are two generic, more generic methods that are executed every time. Actually, there are 4 of them. 2 of them are executed for every web element call. And I added here the grow message method that we already created. And as you can see here, through string format, I'm just saying about to call some method of the web element. Usually, you don't need this try catch poke. This is needed because of the hard-coded pause that we added. But if you remove the pause, then you don't need this try catch, and the code will be much simpler. And I did the same for after and before, and we have a similar, more generic method for before any WebDriver call and after any WebDriver call. Now, I have added a new private variable here called WebDriver decorated driver. This is basically the decorated version. Basically, we added these actions on top of the driver that we created previously. As you can see here we are starting the home driver. And in order to add all of these listeners, we create a new event firing decorator, passing the listener that it's adding all of these actions. And in order to connect it with the existing Chrome driver, we call this method decorate. And I'm initializing the decorator driver. This is all you need to connect these generic methods to the driver and to the Chrome driver and to the CDP. Let's now run the test. And later, after that, I'm going to show you how you can add one more really interesting method for highlighting. And next, I'm going to show you how actually we can initialize all of this and use it in the cloud. As you can see here, we have these notifications that appear every time, and they're disappearing after a while, which is really, really awesome. I'm going to stop it now, and I'm going to show you one more thing that I promised. If I open again the console, let's imagine that it's really beneficial when you execute your tests in the cloud and you have a video. If you turn on these notifications for debugging purposes, you can add any message that you want, and you can be more specific, like what is the locator of the button that you are clicking, or what is the text that you are typing, and all of that, right? Or what is the data that you are creating into the database or through the API. Sky is the limit. Now, let's review one more thing, how you can highlight elements just for a while. And through the pin script, this can be quite more efficient than other solutions. For example, in our enterprise framework for our company, 𝑨𝒏𝒕𝒐𝒏, it's open source, so it's not an advertisement. I just want to point how we do it before Selenium 4. Here we are executing twice JavaScript to change the color. Basically, we are getting the original background and outline. This is the surface around the element. And then we're changing it to, for example, yellow. And after a while, we're running another process that runs on the background and after 100 milliseconds, we're returning it back to the original background and outline. too much work, right? And we can do it directly with with a little bit of JavaScript, right? That we are going to use it directly in the bin script. So in order to get the first, let's select, let's return first to here. I can probably, you know this, but I'm going to show you. If we inspect, I can copy here and I can copy the JS path. When I go to the console, I can get directly the elements. I'm going to get this, like get here it is, button backbone. And now I'm going to get the original, I'm going to save the original background in a variable. As you know, we use the let to save the colors. We get them through style background. After that, I'm going to initialize let defaults outline equal to button backbone style outline. After that, we can change the actual color. We can do that through button backbone style background color. Let me just scroll it a little bit. And as you can see, now it's already green. And if we want to change the outline, we can make it red, for example. Now, if we don't do anything else, it will be left like this, right? And we don't want that. If we want to change it, we can use the following function: set timeout, anonymous function, where we're saying that basically this set timeout, it accepts callback. The callback is basically the function that we're going to execute, and it says that please execute this after 1 second, after 1000 milliseconds, and we're going to return the background of this backbone button to the default ones that we previously saved. And as you can see, now disappeared. And we can use this function, we can paste it in the existing code here, right? We can paste it here below this bracket. We can define it. And this way it will be available for us in our test and we can use it. I'm going to show you a little bit of magic where you can execute the code directly to your elements. This is how we do it. You can use the try catch if you want, you can skip it, it's up to you. But basically using the JavaScript execute driver execute script, this method actually accepts arguments, and you can provide an element as an argument, and this works. This is going basically this argument 0 here is going to be changed with the element that you found with WebDriver, and it's going to highlight it. Let's see whether everything is fine, and we can try to run the test once again. And as you can see, now we have the highlight and the notification at the same time. And as you saw, we navigated to another page where this means that our pin script is working because we already have this script for us on this additional page. And now, by the way, Lambda test supports now the usage of Selenium 4 and actually this is a video of me executing the same test but in Lambda tests, and I'm going to show you. Now they fully support from DevTools protocol and Selenium 4. You can get the capabilities here. You just need to mention Selenium 4 and all the rest is working, right? It's really awesome, as I said, especially when you run the test in the platform. It's especially helpful to see these notifications and the highlight. Here, this is the video from the execution directly in the platform. And as I said, for debugging purposes, this is really awesome feature. There are a little bit of changes to the code that we need to make it work into the cloud. And now I'm going to show you what you need to do. As I said, first we need to copy the capabilities from here. You can choose whatever language you want. Afterwards, I already created here the a new file, and I'm going to show you what are the initialization stuff that we need. First, we won't use the Chrome dialog. Instead, I already created, we are saving the usernames and passwords. One of the safest ways is to use environmental variables. And this is why I set mine in these two environmental variables. After that, we use desired capabilities. We set the browser name, the browser version to use the latest. And after that, the new way, as we discussed in the first video about upgrading from Selenium 3 to Selenium 4, we need to use this prefix LT options for specifics of the cloud and to pass this hash map, this dictionary of string object pairs. And here you need to make sure to set this CDP to true. And of course, you need Selenium 4. And now, if you want to use the DevTools, since the remote WebDriver doesn't implement the same interfaces as the Chromium driver, we need to use another special class called Augmenta, that it's actually going to add these interfaces for you, right? And after that, we can maximize the browser and instead of this line here, since we are casting to Chrome driver, instead of this line, you need to cast it to this interface, has DevTools. And after that, the code, actually, sorry, you need to put that below the Augmenta, right? Otherwise, it won't work. And after that, the code is the same. Basically, you create, basically, we're decorating the augmented driver, that it's wrapping the remote driver. I know it's complex, but it is what it is. So again, we're after creating the DevTools session, we're pinning the script. Then you create the same listeners and you implement whatever methods you need. Then we're creating the event firing driver decorator. We decorate the augmented remote web driver, and then we can use everything together. Really awesome. Below that, the test is absolutely the same. I hope that this was useful to you, and I hope that you are excited as me. In the next lecture, we are going to talk about the new Selenium grid and Selenium IDE next generation. So thank you very much for watching. If you have any questions, you can submit them in the comments below. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel and hit the ring bell to get notifications about new videos. And of course, you can check, as I said, the awesome Lambda test blog, and you can get your Lambda test certification about JUnit, Selenium, and many more. See you soon and take care. Hi guys, welcome from Bulgaria. I'm already drinking my fourth coffee. It's almost end of the working day here, but I'm ready for recording the newest video from our Selenium 4 course. So just give me a second to share my screen and let's begin. Until now, in the first video, we talked how to upgrade from Selenium 3 to Selenium 4. In the next video, we talked about the new relative locators. And in the last one, we discussed how you can use the new pin script from DevTools protocol integration to write some really nitty-gritty scripts like showing notification and highlighting elements. In this video and thanks to the Lambda test platform for supporting it. Also, by the way, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and hit the ring bell so that you are notified when we upload new videos. Also, below you will find links to the GitHub repo containing all of the code examples and other useful materials. So in this video, we're going to talk about two of the other major components of Selenium project, Selenium Grid and Selenium IDE. So let me just show you here the website. First, let's discuss shortly Selenium Grid. Selenium Grid, especially in version 4, is a fresh implementation and does not share the code base of the previous versions. Generally speaking, there are two reasons why you might want to use the grid. The first one is when you run your tests against multiple browsers, versions of browsers, and operating systems. The second reason is to reduce the time it takes to run a test suite to finish, right? Let's first discuss the first one. As I said, grid, the main purpose of the grid is to support you to have a central place for managing multiple operating systems with a lot of browsers with different versions. For example, you can have a grid of virtual machines or physical machines that each one of them support different versions, for example, of Chrome or Firefox. And basically these different versions, many often our application, for example, banking software or something else critical, should support multiple versions. This is why we need to test against different combinations of operating systems and browser versions. So machine 1 can have Chrome 90, machine 2 can have Chrome 95, machine 3 can have the latest Chrome, and the fourth machine can have Firefox 70, for example. When the test suite is run, Selenium Grid receives each of these test browser, operating system browser combinations and routes the test execution to the correct machine. And as I said, there is a second reason why you might consider using the grid. And this is to speed up your test suite execution. For instance, you can have 4 machines running 3 instances of Chrome 98. And when your tests are run, each test passes to the grid, and the grid assigns the test for the next available Chrome instance. However, you should consider that you will need to, basically Selenium Grid is not a test runner, so your test runner should support parallel execution to leverage this feature. Now let's return to our slides. This is the simplest way of using the grid in a standalone mode on your machine. It will be available on a certain port where you will be able to use all of the different browsers on your machine. And here is a more complex diagram of the different new parts and components of the new Selenium 4 grid. Let's discuss them shortly. First, you have the event bus. The event bus is used for sending messages which may be received asynchronously between the other components. Then you have the session queue, which maintains a list of incoming sessions which have yet to be assigned to a node by the distributor. Then you have the distributor, which is responsible for maintaining a model of available locations in the grid where a session may run. And it's taking any incoming sessions requests and assigning them to a slot. Then you have the nodes. The nodes are basically the agents that run the WebDriver session. Each session is assigned to a slot, and each node has one or more slots. Then you have the session map. The session map maintains a mapping between the session ID and the address of the node the session is running on. And then you have the router. It acts basically as a front end of the grid. This is the only part of the grid which may be exposed to the wider web. And this routes to incoming requests to either the new session queue or the node which the session is running. As you can see, it's quite complex, but this is all the different components that you require to set up really huge grids among many machines, so that this is not like in the past leading to crashes or memory leaks, whatever. In the past, with the previous version of Selenium Grid, they led to many companies and open source projects to build their own implementations of the Selenium Grid to do so. However, this is now open source and available for you. However, and also to support this huge infrastructure with many moving parts, the Selenium maintainers add some advanced features. I will just list 3 of them. The first one is the observability. It has 3 pillars: traces, metrics, and logs. Since Selenium Grid 4 is designed to fully distribute, the observability will make it easier for you to understand and debug the internals of the Selenium server. And actually, internally, it uses OpenTelemetry, and every request to the server is traced from the start to end, and each trace consists of series of spans as a request is executed within the server. The second advanced feature is the distributed tracing, where a single request or tracing spans multiple services and components, and tracing tracks the request lifecycle as each service executes the request. It is useful in debugging when there are errors. And also there is GraphQL query support. GraphQL is a query language for APIs and the runtime for fulfilling those queries with your existing data, and it gives the users the power to ask for exactly what they need. So you can basically write queries against the tracing blocks. I know it may be hard to maintain these huge grids and to set up them, to maintain these virtual machines or physical ones, to install the proper software. And by the way, it can be costly to do so. In the past, in some of our projects we maintained this ourselves in the Azure cloud. However, it was a pain. This is why usually in my practice, most companies rely on enterprise clouds cloud grids, such as Lambda test, because they bring even more features to the table on top of the maintenance of these huge amounts of combinations between operating system, browser versions, and mobile devices. Usually you have, as you saw, if you watch some of my other videos on the Lambda test channel, you have UI for checking the results, the videos, you have support for geolocation testing, performance analysis, and much more. Now, let's move and discuss the second tool part of the Selenium project, Selenium IDE. Maybe some of you that are in the field of automated testing, you remember the old Selenium IDE. In the past, that was basically just a Selenium Firefox extension. And now I prepared some demos, and now the video will be much more practical, right? So you can open the Selenium website, Selenium Dev, and under it there is a dedicated page for Selenium IDE. And basically, this is an extension for Chrome and Firefox that allows you to really quickly, without any programming knowledge, so to say, at least this is their, art about it. So you can download it for Chrome and Firefox. It's completely rewritten. I already installed it. Here it is. When you click it, we can basically, I will just start creating a new project, and I'm going to name it Selenium IDE demo. And then we need to add a demo URL. I'm going to automate, if you watch some of the previous versions of the course, we are many often doing exercises on this to-do MVC application, where built on different technologies, we have just a simple to-do app where I can write simple to-dos, right? Clean the car, then I can check them, I can delete them, and so forth, right? So this will be the thing that we want to automate. So I'm going to get this URL. I need to provide it here. This will be my base URL, and I can start recording. I'm going to move this to the left and this to the right, and I'm going to click on the backbone.js. As you can see in the right corner, it said that we're automating. And from the right, you will see the different commands. And as you can see, we're basically, it's getting the locators for us. For those of you who are already familiar with it, as you can see here, we can stop the recording. One of the things that the new developers added is that, previously we had this problem with waiting for the element to exist, and many often the scripts failed. Many people used actually hard-coded pauses in their tests. Now this is built into the IDE, and it will wait automatically for the different elements to appear, and then it will continue. If for some reason, this is the second main feature of this new implementation, if for some reason the locator, we can basically, this button cannot be located on the page, there is this thing called fallback locators. And as you can see, the IDE recorded 2 more locators, and these are the so-called fallback locators. And if the first one is not working, it will switch to the next one and to the next one until it's working. We'll discuss later whether this is a good practice or not, but let's continue. I'm going to click here and type clean the car, then I'm going to press enter. As you can see, it's smart enough to capture the keys as well. Then I'm going to type clean house. And then here, when I right click with the mouse, as you can see, I have Selenium IDE in my context menu, and I have some options. I have verify and assert. There is a difference between the two. Basically, the verify is called soft assertion, meaning that even, for example, if the text is not present or the text is not correct, the test will continue, but it will just warn you in the end that basically this soft assert haven't passed. While the assert will directly fail the test and it won't continue. So I will just go to assert the text. It's not really smart every time, so maybe we'll have to write something to improve it. And let's say that I'm going to add one more. In the second car, whatever. And then we can try, as you can see, when we have this delete button and I can click it, right? And I can click it again. As you can see, it catches it by CSS, finding the first child of this list here by this destroy class. And let's close the test. Let's stop. And let's name this add new items. We can group our tests here in test suites. So here I can create a new suite. I'm going to name this 𝑨𝒏𝒕𝒐𝒏 suite because we're automating this technology. And here I can add some tests. For example, this one. When I go to the tests here, I can switch from here, as you can see, between executing test suite and tests. At least for me, at the beginning, it was a little bit confusing. But yeah, from here, you can rename the test and duplicate it. So I'm going to duplicate it, and I'm going to name this delete items. I'm going to rename it. And when I press save, I can save it, right? I created a special folder for it, and I'm going to, it's saved in a special file. Basically, this means Selenium IDE, the extension. So I'm going to save it. Also, there is previously, in the previous version of Selenium IDE, this Selenium IDE file previously was saved as HTML. Now, if we check it, you will see that actually it's exported to JSON, right? It's just a simple JSON file that you can edit later. And when you have the test here, as you can see, we have the export option. So you can export to C#, Java, Python, and Ruby. I think I already exported. No, I haven't. I'm going to export this test just to show you how it looks. Let's open it. And here it is. As you can see, it's quite easy to reuse the code. Many often you can use the Selenium IDE for recording the correct locators and basically for prototyping. I won't suggest to use it as a main automation tool. As you will discuss later, it's really hard to maintain these tests, even if you can run them, by the way, in continuous integration using the command line that I'm going to show you in the end of this video. But imagine that you want to delete these items. There are more advanced commands that I want to show you. But first, maybe it's a good thing to, I'm going to close this. If we go to the documentation of Selenium IDE, as you can see, I opened the control flow. Basically, the control flow is something that it allows us to write conditional code inside the IDE. In a second, I'm going to show you. We can execute scripts. What else? We have many commands here. Let's dive in. Here you have autocomplete. When you type the commands, you have the drop-down. So I'm going to switch to type. The commands that, as you can see, we have target and value. And basically the target is where this is the locator of this is the locator of the element. This is the command. And usually, for example, when you type, the value is what you type into the field, right? Or sometimes this may be the key that you're pressing. There are other commands that are basically, just require the target where you just put the value. If you're not sure what the command is doing, you have here below, this is the log, and here you have a reference that explains in many details what the command is doing. This is really nice because in the past, when this was just a Firefox extension, we had to use many other Firefox plugins to extend the Selenium IDE and bring this, for example, explanations or bringing this branching into the code and adding this for cycles. And let's see what will happen. From here, I can run, if this is my to-do, I'm just going to remove for now the destroy buttons. And if I click play button, as you can see, the browser has been opened, and now, yeah, we need to. I need to stop it now from here, because while I was working on the script, it was a little bit. As you can see, I can move the different commands, right? I can delete them. When you open the context menu, you can copy, paste, delete. You can insert new commands. Also, you can add a debug point from here, and when you click the play button, it will stop right here, or you can execute them one by one. Also, you can change the speed of the test, and if you add more than one breakpoint, basically from here, you can disable all of them at once, which is really cool. And if I play it again, as you can see, 4 items have been added, it stopped. Maybe we need to add a quotes, because right now the browser continues to be open. And now I'm going to add a new breakpoint here. I'm going to start it. As you can see, it stopped where my breakpoint is. And I wanted to show you another feature. In order to test the locators, you can click this Find Target page. And as you can see, it's highlighting the element that was located before. If for some reason this locator is not working, you can press the second button here and select the element again, and it will change to the new locator here. Also, from below, you can switch to these alternative locators, which is really nice. And also, you can add comments. For example, here you can add this is commands to add the to-do item. And as you can see, this is like a comment added to the test as explanation. Now I'm going to close it. When we have these delete items, many often we need to, in order to show you the for loop and some more advanced commands, there are many other more basic videos that you can watch online, but I want to show you something unique and that there isn't on the web. So regarding this, as you can see, there is a little bit, there is a problem with my test right now, right? Every time when I open this page here, my test is not clearing the data, which is a problem. And there is another problem when I need to delete these items. It can be slower every time to add them through these different commands. And this is why we can use some JavaScript inside the Selenium IDE to make this a lot easier. I'm going to show you how this works. In the application, we have local storage. The local storage is a place of the browser where client-side, the different websites can store data. It's in a key value format. As you can see here, different to-do items are added in a JSON format with different IDs. The ID is just a GUID, where we mention the basically here the order, whether it's checked or not. That's it. And as you can see here, this particular application have one more key called to-dos backbone, where all of the different IDs of the following items are listed and separated by comma. And when I open here the console, I can basically clean everything. I can write local storage and I can call clear. And when I refresh, as you can see, everything is cleared from the to-dos. In order to basically edit it here, I'm going to insert a new command and I'm going to execute script, and then I'm going to copy this code. And next, we need to refresh the page in order to, see what's going on. However, the problem is that in Selenium IDE, we don't have a refresh command. Well, we can always execute JavaScript. So you can say window location.reload, and this will reload our page. So we can add, as I said, another execute script, and we'll reload. And now we want to be able, in order to delete items, we want to be able to, as I said, we want to be able to add new items. In order to do so, we are going to create such items via JavaScript, and we are going to add them to the local storage. So I'm going to create a for loop, and then I'm going to create a new JavaScript object. I'm going to name it to-do. Let me just clear this. New to-do item equal to, I'm going just to show you some of the code and explain it. So here I'm creating a new to-do item that we mark as not completed. Then we get this order, this I comes from the loop. Then we are using string interpolation basically here for the created date. We're creating a string that is the current date. Then for ID, we are just using random number. And for the title, again, we're assigning random number. Then we need to add this to the storage, and we use set item. And since we, if you remember, we already worked them here. Let's add on. As you can see, it's basically to-dos / backbone / something, the ID. So basically, I'm concatenating to-dos / backbone / the ID of the newly created to-do item, and then through the function JSON stringify, I'm converting this JavaScript object to JSON because this is how it is saved here. And the next thing is to the next thing it will be to build and add the ID to this ID here, because if you remember, as you can see, the next item ID is concatenated and separated by comma. So we need to add this. And we do that by getting current list of IDs. And then we're just adding the new ID to the current one, and we separate them by comma. And I think this is it. We need to close the for loop bracket. We're going to execute the script. And next, when we refresh, as you can see, there are 10 new items added. You can think of a better function to create the names. And now, if we want to add all of this here, for now, I'm just going to delete all of this. So I'm not going to use for loop, but instead, I'm going to use the built-in way in Selenium IDE. And it's a little bit trickier to get this, for example, here, in order to have this I incremented during the iterations, it's a little bit strange how it's done, but I'm going to show you. First, we run this script that it's going to return 1, and then we're going to assign it to a variable called I. Then we're going to use the command times, which is something like a for loop. And these times here, if we look into the reference, we need as an argument, the first argument is how many times it will be executed, let's say 5. And then as you can see, the next commands are actually nested. This simulates the scope here. Basically, this is part of the loop. And we're going to execute a script. It will be actually, first, we need to increment our variable plus lam. Actually, we are going to do that at the end. The first thing actually will be to return this, right? So here I'm going to paste return this thing here. And next, instead of I, if I want to access these variables here that we created before, again, we use $, then curly brackets, and inside them we provide the I variable. This is how we access it. New date, ID, math random, title, that's it. Then we need to copy the second line, again, execute script. Then I think nothing special, just that. Then the next one, again, execute script. Maybe, by the way, there is for sure a bug in our code, but in a minute I will explain what it is. It's not okay just to copy these items like this. Now, and lastly, we need to execute a script where I'm going to return $, curly bracket, I, $, plus 1. This will increase the I variable by 1. And then we need to end the script by end. One thing here, this won't work because this let by the keyword let, we're initializing a variable in JavaScript, but it's basically not a global variable. It's available just in the current scope. This means if I use let in the current context of the target, I won't be able to use it on the second line. This is why we used to use the previous syntax where I'm saying here return local storage get item and assign it to this current to-do value variable. And I'm doing the same here. Basically, we need to assign it here to new to-do item variable. That's it. And lastly, we need at the end to refresh the current page. And I'm going to close it for now. So I'm going to add a breakpoint here and run the script. What was the error? As you can see here, at the bottom, we can see new to-do item is not defined. All right. Yeah, this was the problem that I haven't assigned this new to-do item in the right place. It should be here. So I'm going to run it again. What does it say now? We can, in order to not to lose time, I'm going to load one of the previous solutions because it's it will take time to debug it, right? I already created them and I'm going to explain it for you. So here it is. As I said, we use the times, then we have the execute script. Actually, it should be here at the bottom. We use the scripts that I explained before. It's basically the same, but keep in mind that this it's not working. In order to assign a variable, you should always start with return, and here for the value we need to provide the name of the variable. Here we are reloading the page, and something interesting here, in order to work, IDE is not so smart every time to record. For example, let me pause it here. I'm going to execute it. As you can see, it's executing multiple times right now. I'm going just to resize it for you to see. As you can see, it's executed multiple times because it's a for loop, and now it stopped because I'm executing the loop 5 times. And when I recorded first the test, actually it clicked here and it recorded just this CSS child destroy. However, as you can see, if I'm not having this particular one, this button is not showing, right? So this is why I had to manually write this command mouse over, and I roll this XPath to detect the label by getting it by this text here. Also, another way to, instead of using breakpoints, you can use this debugger JavaScript command to stop the execution here. And also, when I used firstly, the context menu that I showed you for the text, you couldn't detect it very good. This is why I had to write my own XPath where I verified the value here. But I wanted to show you all of this to see that it's really possible, even with UI tool like this, to write really complex and maintainable code where, because it's hard here, there is a limitation compared to previous version of Selenium IDE. Previously, it was possible for one test to execute another, and this way, basically, you can reuse part of the scripts. However, now, at least I couldn't find a command for this. So another limitation is that you can select only one row at a time, which for me, it was hard to write. Another thing is that you cannot, you don't have find and replace, right? If for some reason there is a problem with some locator, in my experience, this fallback locators won't fix the problem, because many often the layout is, have many changes, and this is why you cannot just rely on these second locators. Moreover, most of the time, from even this simple example, they're completely not working, right? It's just recording the wrong thing. Also, you used to how this cloning and everything is working, but yeah. But again, if you're able to write such a JavaScript to this extent, then probably you should write coded tests and not using Selenium IDE as primary tool for automation, because it's against all standards. And if you have many tests, it will be really, really hard to maintain. And however, it might be, you can use it to quickly record certain scenarios and export it to code. The locators are relatively good, at least these primary ones. And this can be quite helpful to learn all WebDriver coded commands when you export them and see, the representation. But I would suggest, to learn programming basics and use WebDriver bindings instead. And now, one last thing: if you click here, running in CI, you will see that it's possible to run these tests in command line. Basically, it's just a Node.js runner. You need to use this command npm install after you have Node.js installed on your machine. Selenium site runner. Also, you need to install the correct driver for each particular browser: Chrome driver, Edge driver, Gecko driver. And basically, there is just a simple command that I already prepared here for you. I already navigated to the folder where I saved the project. You just say Selenium site runner /c, the name of the browser that you want to run it, and pointing the file of Selenium IDE. And this will trigger the execution. Also, there is, as you can see, it already started. And here is the new browser. In a second, it will start executing the tests. Also, one more thing. There is a really nice article about it on the Lambda test blog, how to run Selenium IDE tests over the grid, especially against the Lambda test platform. Basically, here at the bottom, you will find this URL in the description, but mainly you can even run your Selenium IDE tests in parallel. And you can do it in the Lambda test grid. Here, you basically instructed to run 4 parallel processes. You mentioned, again, the Selenium IDE project, the server, which is basically your Lambda test credentials, and the access key to the hub, the browser name, and here you mentioned just the name of the browser, the version, and the platform. Again, you can read the detailed article about it. I'm not going to execute it just to hide my credentials. I already executed these tests here. And as you can see here, the video and all of the commands of everything we did before. So that's it. Any features, again, in the next video, we are going to return to talking about bidirectional APIs and Chrome developer tools. And we're going to see how we can use them for geolocation testing. So many thanks for watching. Check the blog. There are many awesome articles there. If you have questions, you can comment in the video. And also don't forget to get your free certification about Selenium, JUnit, and others. Thank you for watching and see you in the next video. guys, welcome from Bulgaria. I'm Anton. Just a quick personal note. Sorry for not uploading a new video from our Selenium 4 tutorial in the last 2 weeks. I really wasn't in the mood, and I really don't think it was appropriate to upload such videos, considering the situation, as you know, about the Russian aggression in Ukraine. They're our neighbors. I really live really close to them. I have many friends there, so here in Bulgaria we try to help them with any means necessary. So yeah, anyway, we'll continue with our series and with the new video. So let me share my screen. In the past 4 videos, we talked first how to upgrade from Selenium 3 to Selenium 4. Then we talked about the new relative locators. Then I showed you really advanced new capabilities of initialization scripts, how you can put and display notification messages and even highlight on actions in WebDriver. And in the last video, we talked about the new Selenium IDE next generation and the new Selenium Grid capabilities. In this new video from our Lambda test Selenium 4 tutorial, we are going to talk about geolocation testing using bidirectional and CDP API. Also, don't forget to subscribe to the channel of Lambda tests. Each week there are new awesome videos, so hit the ring bell so that you get notified. Also, you can check the Lambda test blog, because there are really awesome articles about geolocation testing and the other types of testing that we're going to talk about. Now, before looking into the code directly and show you how you can use the CDP, we're going to discuss some other types of testing that are related to geolocation testing. Probably you heard the terms internationalization, localization, and geolocation testing. And they mean different things, so let's review them, and later I will show you how to do these types of testing using the CDP Java code. They have the same goal to ensure an exceptional user experience for global market users. So first, what is localization? It is basically, it helps you to adapt the UI and the content for a specific region or locale. Also, it takes into consideration the region's cultural and linguistic specifics. And during these types of testing, we may verify translated text, address format sequence, keyboard usage, visual aligned to the culture, time currency formats, and many more. If you need to manually perform such testing, we can use the developer tools, as you can see depicted in the image, to simulate these coordinates, right? And later I will show you how to do this with code. Another example, if you're, for example, AliExpress user, you can choose your preferred language, and the page content will be translated into this language. This is where localization comes into the picture, where the contents are localized to meet the requirements of the specific culture and region. And here in the image, you can see AliExpress in Japanese. Then another type of testing is internationalization testing. It is also known as globalization testing, and it focuses more on product features and capabilities that allow the app to be used globally. For example, be able to change the language of the website, as here in the AliExpress image. Things we may check our support for multiple languages, support for different time zones. In a minute, I'm going to show you another example. Support for various number formats. For example, text in other formats such as left to right, right to left. And another globalization feature of these websites is here. is offering personalized items based on where you are located. This is my, homepage for AliExpress, where, because I like IoT gadgets, and this is why they offer me such gadgets, right? Another example is Amazon Kindle Countdown Deals feature. Here, as you can see, you have a discount based on the time zone. As I said, it's related to the time zone of the user. And I took this screenshot with US time zone. And then I took this one with Australian time zone configured. And Australia is 16 hours ahead of Washington, D.C., USA, so the deal wasn't yet active there. So the time zone testing is something that you want to consider. And then the geolocation testing, as I said, it's related to where you are, and all of these things can be like in a minute. I'm going to show you another example. But as the name suggests, geolocation testing is a type of testing where you perform tests on your website from IPs from various countries worldwide. And there are a few types of geolocation testing. For example, geofencing is a method to send notifications to your users through mobiles by leveraging the geography areas specified to the user while using your web application. For example, last week I was on a vacation in Barcelona, Spain, and I received notifications from my booking application regarding local places to visit, right? Another type of geolocation testing is geotagging. It allows you to put geographical tag over social media elements such as photos, videos, QR codes, etc. And you can use this geotagging. Using the geotagging, you can implement geography-based authentication through QR code identification or on your web application. And another thing that you might consider is testing is geo-blocking. We use it to apply restrictions to our website concerning the laws and norms of the country. Many online streaming companies such as Disney, Netflix, HBO, and more use geo-blocking to deliver rich media content based on their country norms. For example, while I was in Spain, our Bulgarian TV online is not available there, and they block it by IP. I guess it's something related to payments in Spain, I don't know. So let's now see how you can do geolocation testing and do all these types of testing through code. And we are going to use the new Selenium 4 Chrome DevTools integration. I'm going to probably, if you watched my JUnit tutorial on the Lambda test channel, we had a special video about geolocation testing, especially in the cloud. It was a little bit different, but there we use this website GPS coordinates to show geolocation testing. Basically, it detects where you are, your coordinates, it displays them here. You can get the latitude and longitude. And then from distance here, we can calculate the first, basically the distance between two locations. And our test is typing, basically it's getting the city from here, then it's typing the name as first location, and then we measure the distance between Berlin, Germany to our current location, and we verify the distance. This is our test. In order to use Chrome Developer Tools, your primary website that you need to check is, of course, the Selenium documentation. Here on the web driver, you have bidirectional. If you navigate to the bidirectional API, which is the suggested one to use, you will see that there isn't a documentation about yet geolocation testing. This is why we are going to use the Chromium-specific DevTools integration, which means that basically you can use it only with Chrome and Edge because they use the Chromium engine. You cannot use this with Firefox, for example. However, I will show you a way how you can do that. So you can, as you can see here in Java, we can emulate geolocation by starting, basically you get the DevTools instance, we create the session, and then we need to send the emulation set geolocation override command. And as you can see, we have here some parameters that we need to provide. This is the coordinates, right? As I explained in the previous video, you can directly navigate to Chrome DevTools protocol documentation of GitHub.io, and you can check all of these commands here and domains. Here, I directly opened the emulation one. And as you can see here, the third command is clear, and here we have set geolocation override. When I navigate to it, here we see actually the parameters: longitude, longitude, and accuracy. So basically, even if you don't have the direct, code implementation of this, because not all of them are available, you can still execute these commands. Now let's check the code. Before looking into the actual Chrome DevTools integration, this is going to work only on our local machine. In a minute, I'm going to show you how you can execute it in the cloud, in the Lambda test cloud. Anyways, first, before all tests, we execute the WebDriver manager to download the driver. And the simplest test that I have is basically we navigate to the GPS coordinates website. Then when you are in incognito mode, you receive this consent pop-up. And basically I'm setting just the cookie to pass through it. Then I have defined a new method called wait and find element to navigate to this map that I showed you before. Basically, inside of this method, I'm using the locator. Basically, this is the native WebDriver locator. Then we use WebDriver wait to wait for this element to appear. And once it's loaded, we scroll with JavaScript to the map because it's not loaded before that. We need to scroll with the mouse. Then this feature about getting our location is triggered and is displaying this pop-up. This is why we need to scroll. Again, I'm not typing the code because basically it's not so essential as actually how we use DevTools. This is why I'm going just quickly to show you what we do. Then we get the address title, basically this thing here. We locate this title and we split it. This is what I do. We split it and we get the current address. Then we navigate to this page here. Then I type the first location, second location. I calculated it, and then I verify this text here. This is what I do. So here it is. I find the first address by ID, then I set the current address that we get from the previous page that basically the website detected where we are. Then I type the second address. I basically find through XPath button text equal to calculate the distance. I click it. As you can see here, we use the action. First, I move the mouse to the button, then I click it. For some reason, maybe there is some kind of a JavaScript there. Otherwise, if you just perform normal click, it won't work. But this is why you have the actions class part of WebDriver that you can drag and drop and perform other more advanced actions. And then I get the distance and I verify it. That's it. Now, I want to show you how you can use the DevTools protocol. As I said, we initialize first the Chrome driver, the same way you can use Edge. Then we maximize the browser full screen. Then we get the get DevTools. This is how, and after that, you need to create the session. And after that, you use the send method where you need to pass these three. Basically, you pass the command, and this is our command here, right? Emulation. This is a static. This is a class that contains static methods. This set geolocation override, and because it accepts optional, you need to create this optional parameters. Optional means that it can be null as well. So we use these factory methods to initialize the optional. And I found basically these are the coordinates for Berlin, Germany. Also, another thing that I wanted to show you, if for some reason you need to override the time zone, the way that I showed you before in the examples in the images, you have another method called set time zone override, and you need to provide the name of the time zone. In our case, this is Europe, Berlin. And also, I have another method for overriding the locale. In this case, this is the Deutschland, Germany. And basically, this will trigger the browser to show the other language. In most cases, this will be enough for you to simulate this geolocation stuff and test most of the stuff that I show you during the presentation. In a minute, I'm going to explain. Just keep in mind that we are not simulating actually real location by IP. So in many cases, if your application is using another service, like detecting the IP, and based on it, it determines the location of the user, and it's not using the sensors of the browser, then probably this won't work. There are many cases where this is true. If you need to execute all of this in the cloud, as we discussed in the previous videos, Lambda Test Cloud Platform already supports Selenium 4. This is now basically the test is absolutely identical to what I showed you before. If you want to execute the same test but in the cloud, you know, because you want to execute it against different browser versions, in order to make it work, let me show you the different capabilities. Basically, here we get the username and authentication key. Then, of course, we just name that we want to use Chrome latest version. We need to provide this hash map where we put the user, the access key, the build, the name of the test, then the platform, which is Windows 10 or Windows 11 if you want. Then, for sure, you need to make sure to include this CDP capability, otherwise this won't work. And you need to mention that you want to use Selenium 4. Then we built basically the URL, we initialize the remote web driver, and the next really important step is that you need to use Augmenter. And this Augmenter decorator, we need to execute augment driver. If we navigate to the documentation, you will see that actually we have this source code here. You can get it. It's actually it works for Selenium Grid in general, no matter whether it's in the commercial clouds or not. But you need to make sure to use the augmenter. Otherwise, you won't be able to send these commands over the wire. And then we just, again, initialize WebDriver wait actions, but passing the augmented driver. And the next thing, everything is completely the same. Basically, we are just, getting the DevTools object, then we create a session, we send the command, and you can do the same with the time zone and locale. And here is my Lambda Test account. As you can see, I already executed the test on Chrome 98, Windows 10. And here is the video of the same test that I executed already. As you can see, it simulates everything. It's completely the same test. One thing that you may consider, again, if you watched my JUnit Selenium videos in the Lambda test channel, is that, as I said, for example, if you want to test this geo-blocking, or your website is, again, locating your place via IP, then this DevTools integration won't work. And then you can use probably if you watched my other videos on the Lambda test channel, you know that we have these two Lambda test capabilities generator. And Lambda test has one really awesome feature that many other clouds don't. It has native geolocation capability. Here you can set different places. And as you can see, we have another capability called geolocation, and here you provide the country code. And basically, it will run the test directly from this particular country with this particular IP address, and then you can simulate and test whatever you want. Also, you can directly here override the time zone without using the CDP. Which means that you can test this geolocation stuff even on different browsers that don't support Chrome DevTools, which is really awesome. Just keep in mind that this is just going to run the test from this country's IP address, and you won't be able to simulate directly the longitude and the different coordinates, right? If you just want to test exactly the map, right? So you may want to use them in combination, which is completely fine. I think that's all of it. In the next video from our Selenium 4 course, we're going to talk about responsive testing using the bidirectional and Chrome DevTools protocol APIs. So make sure to subscribe to the channel and wait for it. Thank you for watching. If you have any questions, you can put them in the comments below. Also, you will find many useful information in the description below, and you can download, of course, the full source code there. Again, check the Lambda test blog because there are many awesome articles there. And don't forget to get your certification on their website about Selenium JUnit. See you in the next video. Bye. Take care. Hi guys, greetings from Bulgaria. I'm Anton, and I'm here today with you to record yet another video from our Selenium 4 course. Until now, we talked about how to upgrade from Selenium 3 to Selenium 4. Also, we discussed one of the most awesome features, relative locators. Then I showed you how you can use the new initialization scripts in Chrome Developer Tools protocol integration in Selenium 4, and how you can use it for highlighting elements and show notifications. Then we had a real in-depth video about Selenium IDE and Selenium Grid, the next generation. And in our last video, we talked about geolocation, localization testing, and other advanced types of testing using the CDP protocol integrated into Selenium 4. If you missed some of the videos, so you can rewatch them on the Lambda test channel. So also don't forget to subscribe to the channel and hit the ring bell so that you get notified when we have new videos. And let me share my screen so that we can proceed with the next video from the series. Today we're going to talk about responsive testing using the CDP API. It's quite interesting. I'm going to show you many exciting stuff. But first, let's discuss actually what is the responsive testing. Many people think about it, that you need just to check. Many people confuse it with cross-browser testing. This is something related, and it means that you need to check the functionality of your website and look and feel on different browsers. This is something that it can really help you. And definitely you need to do that, especially if you are building a website for mobile. You definitely need to check it. If you need to manually verify such websites, it's really essential to check their responsiveness. The responsiveness means that when your website is loaded, it detects the current resolution of the device and the browser, and it's displayed differently. As you can see, this is just one of my demo websites, and as you can see, when I resize the browser, at some point it change the layout of my elements. Another thing that may happen is that many of them, actually, in an enterprise project that I'm working on right now, we had such task like 2 weeks ago, and when we work with the designers and front-enders, we have this Photoshop-like application where we have, by designers, different resolutions with rearranged elements, where not only the elements in their size is different, but also there are different fonts, different font sizes, and this is something definitely that you need to check. Of course, you can use developer tools. Here, as you probably know, you can find information about the computed styles. For example, this particular font, you can go to Computed, and then below you can find, for example, here, this is the computed and used font family. This is the font size, font weight, and these are stuff that designers usually put in their designer files that give to the front-enders that need to implement for a different front-end. But of course, you as QA, you need to check all of these properties here. And not only that, many often when you need to verify such layout rearrangements, you need, especially when you are doing pixel perfect testing, there are some extensions for Chrome and other browsers that you can, put directly inside the browser directly, put like a screenshot on top of the currently rendered elements and see whether there are differences or not. However, especially in automated testing, as you will see, through WebDriver, we can calculate these like distances between the elements. For example, we can check that this particular div here is exactly 5 pixels to the left from the second element, and so forth. We can check that all of these elements are aligned horizontally and there are no differences between them. Or when we resize the browser, we can align and check that pixel perfect, that all of these elements and divs here are aligned perfectly vertically, right? This is especially true for example, you need to check that on particular resolutions, this menu is, change functionality and it's actually displayed like this. But when you are in this mode, actually, the menu items are somewhere else. Also, it's really important here, and you can emulate mobile devices in Chrome. I'm especially showing you this in Chrome DevTools because later I'm going to show you how you can simulate all of this with code. But as you know, when you click on this mobile icon here, you can choose predefined dimensions, for example, Galaxy Fold, and we can zoom it 100%. This is basically you are simulating the real mobile device, you are emulating it. Also, you can change the layout and so forth. Or you can set custom, you can change it just to responsive, and then you can set custom width and height. So basically, I'm going to show you a code that is checking all of these different, layout perspectives and validating the different pixels. This is what we want to do. This is called layout testing or responsive testing through WebDriver, of course, with Java. You can find below many helpful links in the description, and also all of this code is available for free in our GitHub repo. I'm not going to code it, from scratch, because this code is a little bit more complex. And my goal here is not to teach you how to write this, this particular design pattern that I used here for creating this layout testing library, because you can just have simple single methods for the different operations. But I wanted to show you a little bit more elegant code that we use in enterprise projects. But here, the goal is actually to demonstrate and use the CDP, the from DevTools protocol with Selenium 4. So this is what I'm going to do. So I have my chapter 6 module here in Java, and I created this test. Basically, I'm, in the class init, I'm just downloading the particular driver with WebDriver Manager. In a minute, I'm going to show you the setup, but for now, just accept that we have just Chrome browser up and running, and I'm navigating to the same page that I showed you before. Just to separate the assertions from how I find the elements, first I find all of the different components that we are going to compare. For example, this dropdown, the first rocket, the add to cart, this title, and so forth. It's really not so important which elements we are comparing. As I said, this depends on your design from your designer and what you need to check. Here I use a design pattern. It's called builder design pattern. And actually, on a daily basis, probably you use it when you use the Actions API in WebDriver. As you know, there at the end, in order to execute drag and drop, for example, or mouse click and right click, etc., you need at the end to call perform method in order to execute all of these chains of commands. And basically, this is the builder design pattern. And I implemented this layout testing library in the same manner. Basically, I'm saying my element, whether it's above another element. We're checking. In a minute, I'm going to explain how these calculations are working. But basically, we base them. On, as you know, in WebDriver, we can get the width and the height of each element, right? And also we can get the location. And the location is basically just a point, this point here, basically the left top corner. And we have X and Y, right? X and Y. And we can make these complex calculations using the combination between width, height, X and Y to basically calculate this distance here, this distance here, whether this element is inside this div here or it's near another. This is what I'm doing in my layout library. And also we can calculate whether the distance is exactly, for example, 42 pixels, or it's greater than 40 pixels, or less than, or percent, it's, sky is the limit. This is what I'm doing. So I expose this above, right, left, aligned horizontally. Basically, we're checking just, again, based on the Y and then the width, whether the particular elements are aligned horizontally properly. How I do that? It's, again, you can download the code. It's a little bit more complex, logic. Again, this is not the point of the whole video. You can do this kind of validations in much easier way. I just wanted here to show you the actual calculations, because this is something important, no matter how you assert them, right? So in order to calculate the write-off distance, this is just my Weka wrapper around the WebDriver element, where if we open it, you will see that we have the location, which is the point X and Y, and then we have dimensions, which is the width and height. And basically based on these two elements, these are, for example, the drop down and the image below. From the get location, we have a getter called X, and then we're making these calculations to find out the actual write-off distance, and the same for the left, above, and so forth. You can download it and check how I do this kind of calculations. It's up to you. However, the most maybe interesting part of the video, not geolocation, but responsive testing. Another thing that it may be important for you is that many often, as I said, when we change the resolutions, in a minute I'm going to show you how you can do that with Chrome DevTools. As I said, you want to be able to analyze the font size, the font weight, the font family. As you can see, I created these assert methods here, that whether the text is aligned or not, right? Or the color. This is something, another aspect. Let's, for example, check how we get the font size. Here we just used JUnit, but no matter whether you use testing or JUnit, right? I'm just using the assert equals. The interesting part is that, again, this is just the native WebDriver element, and WebDriver exposes this method called getCSSValue. And I'm just basically, this thing here is just the computed, this is the computed style. Basically, if you go here to compute it, this is this name here. This is the, you can get it from here. And it will be most probably the same as in your design document provided by your designers. But yeah, basically I get the font size, the text align, the vertical align, the font family, and so forth. And I'm just, comparing it to the expected value. That's it. Now, how we use Chrome Developer Tools. I showed you how you can do it in the browser, but actually the interesting part, and this is what the video is about, is how you can use it. Now, before checking how to do it, actually here is how you can simulate it like completely what you saw in the emulation mode for mobile devices. Basically, you can set custom width, height, pixel ratio, because on different mobile devices screens, it's a little bit different. So you might want to check this pixel ratio. And as you can see, this is just a map of string and object. Then if you want to use mobile emulation and not just simulate browsers, then you need to initialize this mobile emulation. You need to put it like device matrix, provide this object here. And then additionally to everything, here I overrided the user agent with this mobile emulation. And I set it here for Chrome. This is a way how you can do it with, not with Chrome Developer Tools, but just with built-in Chrome features. Another thing that you can do is that, again, here we're not using Chrome Developer Tools, but this is just native Chrome, all right? Another thing, if you are not using this type of initializations, you can use directly the predefined templates with mobile devices, as you saw on the screen. Let me remind you what this is. Basically, when you start Chrome Developer Tools, from here, if you want to choose from these predefined templates, you can just say device name and the name of the template, and again, provide, instead of this mobile emulation for set experimental options of Chrome. This is how you can do it without Chrome Developer Tools. If you're going to use Chrome Developer, the CDP integration, then you don't need this. And now, how we use it? Of course, first you need to get the DevTools object. We need to cast a Chrome driver. Then you need to call the get DevTools method. Then you need to create a session similar to how we open the developer tools. And then from the domains getter, you have another getter called network. This is the network domain. And this is how I set the user agent. The user agent is important because it can change sometimes how, the front end of the website. Sometimes front-end developers have some, conditions in their code to change the behavior based on the user agent. Also, another thing is that, let me open the Chrome DevTools protocol docs. So again, if you navigate here and if we open network from here, you will find all of these methods parts that are part of the network domain, right? And right now in my code, I'm going to send a command that is part of emulation because we are emulating mobile devices, right? So keep in mind that set user agent is part of the network domain. And then if we need to send a custom command, it's part of the emulation domain. So we are searching now for emulation. Here it is. And the method it's called set device matrix override. I know it's a little bit, hard. Device matrix override. Here it is. And here you can find all of the different parameters and what they mean. I suggest to, not set really the experimental options because many of them from update to Chrome, sometimes they're completely removed. But again, as you can see, you have much flexibility here, what you do. For now, I'm just going to set this 4. And as you can see, there are the first 4 parameters, and the others, if we hover, you will see that basically I'm using optional empty. This is the suggested syntax. This is how they implemented the DevTools protocol, so you need to set all of them. And basically, this will start the browser. It will, as you can see here, I'm maximizing it, but it will emulate, again, as you saw in the DevTools, it will emulate this particular resolution. As you can see, it's really custom. And I'm saying that I don't want to emulate mobile devices. And if I want to use DevTools in, for example, Lambda test, why I may want to do that? Because you may say, okay, but these cloud providers, they provide many different resolutions. Why you need to simulate, these different sizes? Again, if you can just simply resize, the browser itself. This is completely fine. But again, especially when you need to simulate mobile, it won't be like completely enough. So probably I suggest to use the emulation. Also, if we go to the Lambda test configurator, and if we open here the resolutions, you will see that actually there are a lot of resolutions, but in my experience, there are many times designers actually put the different, custom resolutions that are not part of this predefined set here. Of course, you're able to, again, change these resolutions here with some parameters, into the capabilities. However, again, it's not really mobile friendly. So this is why it's a really good option that actually in Lambda test now we have Selenium 4 integration. Again, as before, I'm getting my username in this second file here. This is the Lambda test integration. I'm getting the username and access key from environmental variables. Then I'm setting the latest version of Chrome, build version and all of that. Make sure that you use this CDP command here and Selenium version 4. And then again, when you create the remote driver, don't forget to use the augmenter. You need to augment the remote driver so that you have access to, this gives you access to the DevTools. Then the code is absolutely the same. You get an instance to DevTools, you create a session, then if you want, you can set the user agent, and then we are overriding and maybe using mobile emulation or any type of other more advanced emulation for the screen, changing the viewport, display feature, and others. Then the rest of the code is absolutely the same. And again, this will work for Chrome and Edge because only these two browsers are using Chromium that provides the Chrome DevTools. This type of command is part of the CDP integration. It's not part of the bidirectional API, which means it's not available for other browsers. I think this was the thing that I wanted to show you in today's video. If you have any questions, you can write a comment or directly submit to the GitHub repo. Next, we are going to talk about troubleshooting tests using the bidirectional API and CDP. We're going to talk about how to inspect and observe elements changes in the DOM. This is really cool new feature that you can do with the CDP integration. We're going to access the console logs and check for JavaScript errors and many other stuff. So don't forget to subscribe and wait for the new video. I hope that this was useful to you. Again, my goal wasn't to show you exactly how this builder pattern works. It will take just too long, but feel free to use it if you want. Of course, you can use the same approach and build a much simpler library. And my goal here was to show you like a more real-world scenario, right? So also don't forget to check the Lambda test blog. They have a really nice article about responsive testing and all of other Selenium 4 stuff. Each week they release new articles that are really detailed and awesome. And yeah, you can check the community as well. And don't forget to get your certification about Selenium and JUnit. Thank you for watching and see you in the next video. Hi guys, greetings from Bulgaria. I'm Anton and I'm here today with you to record our 7th video about Selenium 4. Let me share my screen. Until now, we talked about how you can upgrade from Selenium 3 to Selenium 4. Then we talked about one of the really exciting features of Selenium 4, the relative locators. Then we talked about how you can use the new Chrome Developer Tools protocol integration with the initialization scripts so that you can display notifications and highlight elements during execution in the cloud and on your local machine. Then we created a really detailed video about Selenium BiDi next generation and how you can test really complex websites, even without so much Java code. Then we talked about many exciting stuff in the geolocation testing video, where we discussed the localization, time zone testing, and many other important testing concepts. And in the last video, we talked about responsive testings and how you can emulate mobile and different resolutions, and what actually it's layout testing. So if you have missed some of the videos, don't forget you can rewatch them on YouTube. So you can also subscribe to the Lambda Chess channel and hit the ring button so that you get notified about our latest videos. Each week there are tons of useful videos. And also don't miss the Lambda Test blog, where there you can find many detailed articles about many essential topics. And in today's video, we are going to talk about how you can use the bidirectional API and CDP for troubleshooting tests. I'm going to use our previous example where we use this website for getting coordinates based on where you're located, and then basically we navigated to distance and calculated distances between two cities. It's the same video, it's the same example that we use for geolocation testing. Basically today, the thing that we are going to do is that we're going to I'm going to show you three separate features of CDP and bidirectional API. The first one, it's called mutation mutation. Basically, we are going to check the different mutations of the DOM. Basically, this means that, for example, if you have asynchronous JavaScript running on your website, like in this website here, when we run it in, right now you don't see the ads because I have ad blocker installed on my browser, but when we run the test, you will see that we have this Google advertisements, and they're inserted later while you're browsing, right? And they are changing constantly. Many of the latest websites, they're using JavaScript to add functionality to your website, and many often we need to make sure and troubleshoot these scripts and understand how the HTML DOM changed over time. So if we navigate to the Selenium documentation, they have pretty much, they don't have so many examples, but for this particular stuff they have. So we are going to set up the Chrome driver, and then basically we need this, you need first to cast the driver to 𝑨𝒏𝒕𝒐𝒏 events interface, and then it will provide you this onlock event method where we need to use this static method DOM mutation, where through Lambda we can set up where we want to set the mutations. However, in our case, this won't work really. And I'm going to explain why, because I want to catch all of the mutations in a concurrent list and then add them, because this code here is happening parallelly, asynchronously, right? So while you're loading the website, many requests are happening simultaneously, and this is why you need to make sure that here the code here is thread safe. And in order to store all of these mutations, we will need to basically need a special collection. So let's see and check the source code. Now, again, you can, in the description below, you will find a link to the GitHub repo and all of the examples and useful materials. And now, here, we're starting the home driver, then we're maximizing the driver, initializing the WebDriver weight and the actions. Then again, as in our geolocation, I'm changing the coordinates, of the sensors of the browsers to emulate different coordinates. I'm doing this with the send command here, geolocation override, and also I'm overriding the time zone and the locale. Then I'm navigating to the website and I'm just doing the same test that we did already. Now, in order to set up basically the mutation observability, as I said, we will need a special collection that it's thread safe. And I'm going to do this here. We'll need these collections synchronized lists. As I said, this is a thread safe list that it's not going to cause thread locks. And again, here, since directly instead of WebDriver, I use directly here Chrome driver. And this is why I don't need to cast it. And I have this onlock method. And then, as I said, we need to use DOM mutation. And then here we use the Lambda. And the thing that I'm doing in this anonymous method here through the Lambda is that I'm adding the mutation to this thread safe list. And at the bottom of my test, the thing that I'm going to do is that we're going to display all mutations, right? And we're going to do that through a for each. And we're going to for each the mutation lists. So here is the for each. We need to close it. And then if we hover it, you will see that we have some getters. We can get the current value, the element, the old value, the attribute name. And however, you will notice that sometimes some of these getters return basically no. This is why I'm going to use some little bit more advanced Java syntax. I'm going to use optional class. And through this, I'm saying if mutation get attribute name, basically if the attribute name is returning null, then just return empty string. And I'm going to do the same for the rest of the properties that we are interested in, the old value, the current value, and the get element name. And I need all of this code because I'm going to print this on the console, and basically this is going to be displayed here in the output while I'm running the test, and later when you execute this in continuous integration, Jenkins, Azure DevOps, or GitHub Actions, or whatever continuous integration tool you use, you will be able, in the execution log, you will see all of these logs. But again, this will throw an exception if we use the string format and some of them is null. This is why I use the optional class. And let's run the test and see what will happen. Again, this is pretty useful, not to run it every time, but basically when you want to debug something, check some of the scripts, where they're working properly, and so on. The next two features that I'm going to show you are more relevant to be executed every time, because probably this will slow a little bit the test. So I suggest you to use it only when it's needed, right? Now the test is running, and in a second we'll check. I'm going to minimize it. If we go to the run, as you'll see here, now everything is printed, and as you can see, this is happening from our for each for the mutations. And here you see the attribute content, then the old value is null, and then the JavaScript code added this content here. And if we scroll down, you will notice that on many occasions this is happening because of the again these advertisements on the screen. They are adding CSS. There are a lot of them here. A lot of JavaScript code is executed. As you can see here, the CSS is changed, and the different advertisements are displayed. Now, the next thing that I want to discuss is actually how this is really perfect to something that I really wanted to do from a long time is basically to check all the JavaScript exceptions that are happening on the website, and if there are any to fail the test. And now this is we can do that via CDP. Now I'm going again to create one list that is going to capture JavaScript exceptions, right? Then basically, this is how we are going to add the JavaScript exception listener. This is how we do it with DevTools. We go to get domains, then events, and then you have this add JavaScript exception listener. And this listener basically accepts if we have a consumer. The consumer is basically a method that it's going to do, somehow do something with the JavaScript exception. And here is how we can define consumer is generic JavaScript exception. Basically, this means that it's going to accept as a parameter JavaScript exception. And with this syntax, we can reference the add method that comes from this collection here. And this means that every time now, when there is a JavaScript exception, it will be added to this list here. In order to simulate a JavaScript exception, I will do one thing here. For one of the buttons on the website, I'm going to add on-click event. And when we click on the button here, we are going to throw calculation error, JavaScript error, right? And so we want to do something, with these exceptions. And basically, I'm going to print them all out. Again, we're going to reach them here. We're reaching all the JavaScript exceptions. Then we can you can get the message, you can print the stack trace. I'm not going to do that now because it's going to print my IP address and I don't want to show it, but this is how we can do it. Later, I'm going to show you how we can do this in the cloud. But yeah, basically, this is how it is. You just need to subscribe and add the listener to this add JavaScript event. And if we want, for example, if there are any exceptions here and we want to fail the test, it's pretty easy to do so with JUnit. We have a special method for failing the tests. Here it is how we can do it. With the stream API, we just check that basically we have any exceptions added to the list. And then through assertions fail, I'm failing the test. That's it. Of course, I'm not going to do that now. And maybe one of the other troubleshooting features that CDP and bidirectional APIs give us are for catching the console walks that are happening while you're executing the test and browsing the website. Many often there are some warnings there, for example, migrating one. I added here one such message. For example, in one of our websites, the website is displaying that jQuery was migrated to another version. And sometimes you want to, check these messages. Sometimes if something is present in this console log, you want to throw an error, or you just want to have the logs and view them. And again, you can do that using CDP. And again, we are going to add them to another list. And here is how we can do this. I'm going to add a comment. Again, we are going to create a new list for the console messages. A little bit different syntax. Now you need to enable the logging. By the way, you can do that, without CDP. Chrome supports that, but the syntax there is a little bit different. But since the lecture is and the course is about Selenium 4, I'm going to show you only the syntax for Selenium 4. And again, DevTools provide you here with a method called app_listener. And we need to mention that this is a walk entry. And then again, similarly to how we did it for mutation, through Lambda expression, I'm just saying, please add this particular walk entry and level to the console messages. And of course, here at the bottom, we can print all of them like this, right? We're just for eaching the list and print them out. And of course, we can do something similar to what we did for the JavaScript exceptions. If you want, you can create your own assertion method where we can check whether this list contains particular string in the console messages, and then we can again fail the test. This is completely fine. Next. Till now, I showed you how you can do this locally when you execute on your own machine. However, as you know, in our course, I always show you what we can do when you execute the test in the cloud. Natively, you can, in Lambda test, just a quick reminder how we do this. When you initialize the remote driver and you set up the full URL, you need the augmenter so that you have access to the CDP tools. Basically, the augmenter is the class that is going to add all of these additional interfaces to the remote driver. And then after you augment the driver, and just be sure that you set this CDP to true. This will enable the CDP in the Lambda test platform. And also you need to mention that we're going to use Selenium version 4. By default, for the console messages, you can natively see them on the platform. You just need to enable these console messages mentioning here true. And in order to catch all of the different JavaScript exceptions, natively the platform allows you through a special syntax to insert your own exception messages to the platform. And let me explain how this works. Here is the example. I just opened their documentation. And as you can see here, we catch some assertion error, right? And then I have a array list of strings where we basically add some exception messages. As you can see at here, the stack trace. And the special syntax in order to send all of this to Lambda test is to, as you can see here, we say Lambda / exceptions and then exception capture. This is again the array list with all the exception messages. And then natively they will be added to the UI, as you will see in a second. And then later, as we did with this if conditions, we can mark the test as failure. Here saying that Lambda test / status equal to failed. And this will mark the test as failure if there are any JavaScript exceptions. So here is how we can do this. Again, I just enabled the geolocation with, I changed, I'm not using the native geolocation testing of the platform, but instead I'm through the CDP, I'm changing the coordinates, I'm changing the time zone, the locale. And again, I'm using the same script here for logging and adding all of the JavaScript exceptions to this list. And then at the bottom, as you saw, one of the things that we do is that instead of saying assertions.fail, In order to mark also the tests in Lambda test as failure, we do this special syntax here, execute script Lambda test, lambda/status equal to failed. Now, just about this special syntax about sending all of the exception messages to the Lambda test so that you can see them. We need, let me paste the code, and I'm going to explain what we do. I'm creating here array list of strings that, again, I just name it the same way as they did in the documentation, exception capture, equal to new array list. And important piece of code here is actually this one. I say I'm basically creating a new list of strings based on the list that we already have with JavaScript exceptions, but we cannot send directly to the Lambda test the list with JavaScript exceptions because they don't know how to process them. But we need to create an array list of strings. And in order to do that, we're going to use a little bit more advanced Stream API code. First, of course, I'm saying use stream. Then we use the map function that basically transforms, and we are just extracting the JavaScript exception message from here. And then through the collector, I'm saying that please create a list from this string. However, this whole code is returning list of string, not array list. And this is why we need to initialize it like this. Basically, I'm saying, give me new array list that it's string from this list of strings. And after that, I am sending this new array list of strings to the Lambda test platform using the execute script method, mentioning lambda/exceptions, and then I provide as an argument here the exception capture. And after that, you will be able to see, again, here I already executed the test here in the Lambda test platform. Again, I'm not displaying the whole screen because you're going to see my IP. But again, on all commands, I selected assertion error, and you will see that I already sent the error that we have. This is the calculation error JavaScript exception, which is awesome. Also, natively from the walks, you'll be able to see all the console walks here. Right? All the console walks are displayed natively when you enable them on the platform, which is really awesome. You don't need to do anything else. This was, I hope that all of these 3 features will be useful to you when you need to troubleshoot your test, because this is something essential for our job. In the next video, we're going to talk about network traffic through and how we can modify it and capture it through bidirectional and CDP APIs. Stay tuned, it will be really awesome. Thank you for watching. If you have any questions, put them under the video. Also, you can again download the full source code in our GitHub repo. And don't forget to check the blog. There are really awesome articles there, especially about troubleshooting. And don't forget to get your Selenium and JUnit certification on the Lambda test blog. Thanks for watching, and see you in the next video. Hi guys, greetings from Bulgaria. We are ready for the 8th video of our Selenium 4 series. As you know, usually at the beginnings of our videos, sometimes I have personal messages to you to establish a deeper connection. So I have something to say really quick. Last week I was nominated to be included in a short list of most influential IT people in Bulgaria. And there were many people bragging about it, to be in the list. Of course, I'm honored to be there. However, I realized that I wasn't to be so successful or good at what I'm doing without the help of many people during the years. So I used the occasion of the nomination to personally prize them and for the mentorship and influence over me. And as you know, in IT, we get good salaries, and especially right now, salaries are rising, and many people care much more about money. I have teach and mentor lots of people, worked on many projects, and I can say that yes, money are important, but definitely many often there are more important stuff at work. A good mentor, very good collective or team, and spirit. And you know, when your boss is treating you not very well, and there isn't anyone to help you or warn you something, money cannot solve it. Um, Nor all of the social benefits that modern companies provide, right? So please say more often thank you to your mentors and appreciate your team. It is not something that happens magically, but someone puts a lots of effort to happen. Yeah, this was, I was going to be short, it wasn't. Anyway, let's start. So let me share my screen. Until now, we talked in the last 7 videos about Selenium 4, first how to upgrade to Selenium from Selenium 3 to Selenium 4. Then we talked about the new relative locators and how you can use them. In the 3rd video, I showed you how you can use the pin script and initialize script to highlight elements, to display notifications, especially even in the cloud, because already the Lambda Test Cloud and other clouds support Selenium 4 and the developer tools and bidirectional APIs. Then in short, we looked into Selenium IDE, how you can use it even in more complex scenarios using JavaScript to set up data and so on. Then we had a really deep dive into geolocation testing, localization testing, and others. We talked about responsive testing. And in the last video, we talked about troubleshooting tests. So if you missed some of the videos, you can return and rewatch them. They are really interesting and insightful, I hope, for you. Also, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and hit the ring bell so that you get notified about new videos each week. There are a couple of new videos on the channel, and it became one of my favorites channel about technical education. Also, don't miss the blog, because there on many of the topics that we talk about here, they are really detailed articles. And what about today? Today, we're going to talk about network traffic using, we will see, there are many topics that we're going to talk about more advanced, like how we can intercept requests and modify them, how we can mock API calls. We will talk about basic authentication, how you can use WebSockets, and what are the event source messages. And last but not least, I'm going to show you how you can capture the event traffic and analyze it, and even how you can find out whether some of the requests came from the cache or not, or even how to disable the cache. So many new stuff right now. Of course, as always, you can download the full source code. You'll find a link to the GitHub repo. You can clone it, you can play it, it's open source, everything. And in the end of the video, if you have some questions, you can ask them directly in the comments or write me on LinkedIn. So I have created a new module here. It's called Chapter 8, CDP Capture Traffic. The setup is pretty, it's almost identical to what we have before. I have 2 Java files. One of them is running directly on my machine on local browsers, and later I'm going to show you how you can run these CDP commands in the cloud. So the first thing that I wanted to show you is related to basic authentication, something new added to Selenium 4 and the CTP. maybe I can show you like one website. It's really basic. It's just, you know, when you navigate to this URL, it will pop up this alert so that you can enter your username and password. And just in short, what is the HTTP basic authentication? It's the most basic implementation, is the simplest technique for enforcing access control to web resources, because it doesn't require cookies, session identifiers, or login pages. Rather, HTTP basic authentication uses the standard fields in the HTTP header. And by the way, something interesting, it was originally implemented at CERN in Switzerland in 1993, and it was defined in the HTTP version 1 specification in 1996. So in order, you know, in your test to skip this authentication alerts, the thing that you can do right now in Selenium 4 is that you can first cast the driver to case authentication. This is specific interface. And then this interface provides this register method that accepts a predicate. Basically, the predicate is something that returns a Boolean result. It's like anonymous method, right? So I declare it here as a lambda, but again, you can directly provide it here. I just wanted to make the code a little bit shorter. If you hover, you will see that this register method accepts a predicate or a lambda expression. In our lambda expression, I'm just saying if the URL contains HTTP bin, because it was part of the URL, then please use this username and password, and we use this of static factory method to provide the username and the password. Then when I navigate, I'm already authenticated, and I check the source to check that the authenticated true is there. That's it. Pretty simple. You can find it again in the Selenium documentation for the Java bindings. The next thing that I wanted to show you is many often we need to modify a little bit the traffic. And now it's pretty easy with the bidirectional APIs. Again, there is a difference between CDP and bidirectional APIs. CDP is available right now only for Chromium engine. This means Edge and Chrome, while the bidirectional APIs in Selenium try to cover all of the browser vendors and to be part of the WebDriver protocol, the W3C. So in the bidirectional APIs, there is this network interceptor class that accepts the driver. And, you know, here they use this fluent API. Fluent means chaining methods like this. It's similar to the API for actions like drag and drop. And here we say, please catch all of the requests and then provide this response. I'm setting the status to 200, and then you know, I'm modifying the content of the page to you have been hacked, but you can change it to whatever you want. The most interesting part for me was the thing that I used in some projects is to add headers to some requests. For example, you can change the encoding and to mark the request to require to be compressed, to include ggzip compression, right? Sometimes we have to test this stuff to see whether they work or not, especially when your website is hosting more than one server and you have a load balancer, and you have to check whether this is working properly, especially if your developers created the compression. So yeah, pretty easy. You just have many different options here in the API. headers, set status, set content, set target code. You can remove attributes, headers, many stuff if you want to intercept and change the traffic. The next thing that I want to show is something that I wrote about in my books about design patterns. It's an interesting pattern. It's called black hole pattern. And the idea of the black hole pattern, actually the full name is black hole proxy pattern, because we use like a proxy. In our case, this will be the CDP DevTools. So this pattern tries to reduce the test instability by getting rid of many third-party uncertainties as possible. For example, modern websites have lots of third-party content loaded on every page. There are social networking buttons, images coming from CDNs, tracking pixels, analytics, and much more. And all these items can destabilize our tests at any point. And the black hole proxy takes all the HTTP requests going to third-party websites and block them. And as if the request was sucked into a black hole, right? Our website integrates with a couple of third-party user tracking services that collect analytics data and use others to download the fonts. And we may not need to test these services in all of our tests, right? So we can use the black hole proxy approach to block them. So how you can do that? So first, we get, again, we need to cast the driver to this interface has DevTools, especially if you use the generic WebDriver interface. If you use the Chrome driver or Edge driver, you don't need to do the cast. Then we get the DevTools, we create a session. One more interesting new stuff. If you want, especially in many occasions when we use test environments, we don't have security certificates installed on the browser for the particular website. And thus, the website sometimes is blocking the content of the website. In order to mitigate this issue, one way to do it is to put some, options, Chrome options or others for the driver. Another more generic way, if you need to do it only for a particular test, is to use DevTools, and you can send this command: DevTools send security sec to ignore certificate errors, and this will ignore all of these screens that block the website because of that. Of course, when you test production sites or before deploying to production, it's not suggested to use it because you need the certificates. But especially for QA environments, before that, it's fine. Now, I'm going to show you two ways how you can block different resources. The first thing for all of the examples that I'm going to show you is that you need to enable the network CDP domain. And you need to send this command, send network enable, and I know it's pretty bad, this API for the CDP sometimes, but you need to provide this optional empty stuff. And then you need to send another command, network set block URLs. And here you can use regex expressions. Basically, I'm saying, please block. I'm creating a list with this factory method of to block all of PNGs and all CSS. And then we can add additional listeners. What are the listeners? Basically, these are events that are happening, and you can execute particular logic there. And this method here inside, anonymous method, this loading field, it's a static method come from network. For now, you can just import it as a static method. If we check here, we will see I have many different stuff that I added here. Here it is. We add all of this import static network, and we say dot star, which means that I'm going to import all of these static methods, in this case, loading failed. And basically, I'm going to verify that I'm going to get the type of the failed to work resource, and I'm going to check that it's a style sheet, a CSS style sheet, and then that it's an image, because this is what we blocked, right? This is just to verify that my logic is working. Another way is that if you want to block a particular URLs, you can do as well. Just provide a list of few full URLs instead of using the star dot notation. And then again, you can print it. You can print the or check the blocked reason. It's up to you. This was about the black hole pattern. I think you will find it useful in some cases. Another thing that it's pretty awesome that they added it and that we have it when we use the CDP is if we need to mock API calls. What does this mean? Many often in modern web applications, in order to be, fast and to be more responsive, the different components, for example, grids, tables, etc., they're making API calls to some web APIs. Also, when we have payment providers like PayPal or CyberSource or others, they also make client-side requests. However, sometimes they're a bit hard, especially the payment providers and similar services, they're a bit hard to test. And especially if you don't have, I can give you an example from one of the projects before that I worked. We had this, in this case, we use CyberSource. And in order CyberSource to calculate all of the taxes that we need to pay on the shopping cart, they return the percentages of these calculations. And this happened, and this works pretty well on production. However, at some point on their test environment, they make it so that in order to, they just return random values in order to spare server resources. And basically the thing that we had to do is to create a mock API for our test environment in order our test to pass. Otherwise, basically you cannot check that all of the calculations in the shopping cart are working properly. And this is why these mock API calls are really much easier way for doing so. In our case, before, like years ago, we had to change the production code in configuration files to check whether we're on the test environment, and if we were on a test environment, to use the mock APIs, etc. But again, as you can imagine, this is a really hard process to make developers change all of this, and it's hard. This is why it's much easier to use the new capabilities of CDP, to make these mock API calls. And I'm going to show you a really nice example for doing so. I found here one of the most famous, components like grids, and basically developers get these components and put them into their websites, and this is working client-side. Basically, all of the data is not fetched from the page, but they use API for doing so. For example, here they use this OData service to return the data for all of the orders, and then this is bind together to the grid. How this works? Maybe we can view the source. This is, as you can see, this is the Kendo component, and they bind it like this to the grid. And basically, in this code. They create the columns, etc. This is not so important. The important part here is that basically in my test, the thing that I'm doing, I'm just making a slight modification. You can change directly the whole URL and find another, another mocking API if you wish. For example, if you're QA, in my past projects, I just created another version of with back data about what this is returning, and I just change the URLs. In our case, the thing that I'm going to change is how many rows here we are returning, and this is something that I can change in the OData service. And here is how it works. This time we won't use the network command. Instead, we are going to use fetch. Again, if you remember, you can check all of the CDP commands on their GitHub IO documentation and find out what are the arguments. In this case, we're going to, at the listener, we're going to, with the fetch command, request paused. We're going to pause the request, and then we're going to check if this is the URL or whatever contains or equals, we are going to modify it. And as you can see in this case, in the request, I'm replacing some parts of the URL requests. How you can check this? Well, here, if we turn on the DevTools, the network, and if I refresh, and we can search for the data. Let me see. Here it is. Here you can see the OData call that we're basically OData gives you to make like similar to SQL queries, but using the URL syntax. As you can see here, I'm saying, please give me all pages in particular format and give me the top 20 results. And the thing that I'm going to change here is that instead of top 20, I'm going to say that I want top 5. And when I run the test, basically only the 5 results will be shown. But as you can guess, I can do whatever modifications I want to the data here, even if I don't change it. I can add other where clauses, etc., filters. And then the next thing that I need to do is I sent another command that I'm saying send fetch continue request with this request ID, and I provide as optional the mock URL. Otherwise, we're just continuing the requests. And this is how this works. Basically, as I said, you can directly change the whole URL or just modify it or modify the, for example, the post data. This is fine as well. So this is about the mocking APIs. Now, another interesting topic is about capturing HTTP data, HTTP traffic. We already discussed how you can just intercept the requests and then just make slight modifications to them, right? And yeah, basically, again, in a similar manner, you're creating the session, and then again, we need to enable the network. And then the next thing that I need to do is, as you can see here, I'm creating a list of responses, of all of the responses that are captured during the loading of my page. However, please be careful about this syntax here. This is a specialized list that it's concurrent list, meaning that it's a special collection for multi-threaded code, meaning that when we push data to it from many parallel processes, it won't cause any deadlocks. Otherwise, if you use a normal list, probably you will have some exceptions and problems. And this is required because when you load the page, many of the requests are happening at the same time in parallel. And I just added another listener, DevTools at listener, and this listener comes from the network. It's basically network response received. And when we capture and save in this collection of the responses, later on, we can analyze the responses and make assertions to them. And I have added here 4 different assertion methods. For example, we can assert that there are no error codes inside this collection. Here I'm using, of course, you can do it with for each statement and then some if conditions. However, it's much simpler to use the Stream API. The Stream API just gives you some helper methods. For example, here I check that whether all of the requests have status over 400 and below 599. And if we, for example, this is false, then I'm going to display this error message. And again, the same thing here, I can check whether a particular request was made. This is a little bit tricky because sometimes you may need to capture not only the responses, but also the requests, because in many cases, depending on what you need to verify, the request URL will be different to the response URL. And this happens because of some server-side redirections or CDNs, etc. So you need to be careful when you want to check whether a particular request was made. This is just to show you how we can do it. Again, we use the Stream API, and I'm checking that some parts of the URL are part of the collection. Same I'm just inverting the condition here for request not made. And another interesting assertion is for checking that there are no large images requested. So here I'm checking that the type of the request, resource type, is image. Then I'm checking into the headers that the content length is below particular value. And again, I'm displaying some meaningful message in case of failure. So this is about the capturing HTTP traffic. Before talking about sockets and event source messages because they're connected, I'm going to show you something else really interesting. When you serve requests from the cache, as you know, this is optimization. Optimization techniques of the websites and the browsers to load faster. They store particular resources on the hard drive or in the memory so that they can not download them every time. And you can, for example, depending on your server, for sure you can stop the caching. Many often on particular test environments, we stop the cache. And in our the projects that we're working on right now, many often there are problems related to the cache, and you want to be able to directly interact with it and turn it on and off and check whether the resources came from it. So now you can do that with the new Selenium 4 tools. You can enable again the network. There are 4 interesting methods. The first one is you can disable or enable the cache using the network set cache disabled. Also, you can clear the browser cache, or you can clear the cookies. Of course, probably you don't need to use this method for clearing the cookies because you can do it directly with WebDriver, but you cannot do the same for the cache. Before in Chrome, there were certain methods for that, but a part of them were deprecated. So I suggest you to use the DevTools for that. Probably in future, I hope that they will add all of this to the bidirectional APIs. For now, again, it's working only for Chromium. The interesting part here is that you can use in combination with the thing that I showed you about the capturing
HTTP traffic, the responses and the requests, is that you have another listener that basically you can say, please call this code when a request is served from the cache. Again, depending on the pretty complex rules that you set or your admin set on your server, the cache may work for all of the resources or not for all of them. So this is really helpful to check that all of these rules are met depending on your needs. However, basically this cache request is just a request ID. So as I said, probably you need to have two listeners, one capturing everything inside these responses, and later in the analyzation phase, you can map and find the captured responses or requests based on this request ID here, and then make particular assumptions whether something worked or not. Now, another really interesting thing that we can do with DevTools is related to WebSocket operations. First, what are the WebSockets? I prepared an example for you. Here, this is a simple WebSocket, like a test website. So WebSocket is a next generation bidirectional communication technology for web applications that operates over a single socket, and it's exposed via JavaScript interface in HTML5 compliant browsers. It makes it possible to open two-way interactive communication session between user browser and the server. And with this API, you can send messages to a server and receive event-driven responses without calling the server for a reply. And many modern chat applications, for example, WhatsApp, Viber, and multiplayer games uses underneath WebSockets to operate. So we need to be able to work with them, right? So again, DevTools gives you this possibility. We need to enable the network, and then you have a couple of listeners that can help you. For example, when we create the socket connection, we can find the URL of the initiator and the line number. When we receive a frame or a message, we can get the message here, the code, the mask, whether it's received. We can also receive error messages and when everything is closed. For now, I just print them here on the console that everything was received or not. I'm not going to use time now to show you, but basically we're receiving all of these messages here, and we can assert them and we can check them, and you can simulate something inside these games or chat applications, which is pretty awesome. Another thing that I wanted to show you is another similar technology. It's called event source messages. And I have another example for you. It's here from 𝑨𝒏𝒕𝒐𝒏. On live WebSockets, these event source messages, or sometimes they're called server sent events or one-way messaging, are indirectional. These data messages are delivered in one direction from the server to the client, or basically the browser. And you can use them when there is no need to send data from the client to the server in message form. For example, event source messages are excellent for handling social media status updates, news feeds, delivering data into client-side storage mechanisms like index database or web storage. And as you can see, if we refresh, this is something that comes from the server. And with the WebDriver code, we can receive these messages and do something with them. In order to work with them, again, it's pretty identical to what we do in the WebSockets. Basically, you just enable the network, then you have this event source messages received. Again, because it's one directional, we don't have another listener like messages sent. And we can get the event data, the event name, and the data itself, and we can verify it. Pretty awesome. And lastly, if you need to, again, the examples that I showed you, they were working on my local browser, but now nothing stops you to use all of this in the cloud, in the public cloud, such as Lambda test. Again, similar to what we did in the previous chapters, the only thing that you need to do in the case of Lambda test is that you need to enable the CDP using this flag here. You need to mention that you need to use the Selenium 4. Another important step is to initialize this augmenter. This is basically the class that it's going to add the CDP interface to the driver, to the remote driver itself. This is why you need to call the augmented driver here. And then after that, the tests are completely identical to what you saw before. And probably, especially when you need to work with network traffic, this is basically the easiest way for you to do it. Because otherwise, in the past, when we didn't have, possibility to use CDP in the cloud, and we needed to use proxies in our code in Java or C# or whatever, it was extremely hard to use these proxy-based tests in Selenium Grid. For example, in the public clouds, we had to establish like a protected tunnel to the machine. However, this is a bit slow, and there are always tips and tricks there about the proxies that sometimes they're working well, sometimes not. So for sure, this thing with the CDP is much better, especially if it's working for your particular case. I hope that this deep dive into the network traffic work together with bidirectional APIs and the CDP was helpful to you, and you learned some new things. In the next video from the series, from the Selenium 4 course, we are going to talk about how you can capture performance metrics using the bidirectional and CDP protocols, and how you can use it to analyze the performance of the website, how we can find memory leaks, and many other exciting stuff and possibilities with the Selenium 4. Thank you for watching. I hope that it was useful to you. If you have any comments, you can post them directly in the comments under the video, or you can always write on LinkedIn. Again, check the blog of Lambda test. There are many awesome articles about many of the stuff that we're talking about here. You can check their community, and also don't forget to get your certification about WebDriver, JUnits, and many more. Check lambdatest.com certifications. See you soon in the next video. Take care. Hi guys, greetings from Bulgaria. I'm Anton, and I hope that you are excited about our night video from the Selenium 4 course. Let me share my screen. Until now, we talked about how you can upgrade from Selenium 3 to Selenium 4. Also, we talked about the relative locators that are part of the new release of Selenium. Then I showed you how you can use the new logic of CDP, or Chrome Developer Tools protocol, to use the initialization logic for displaying notifications and highlighting elements. Then in short, we talked about Selenium IDE, next generation, and the rewritten Selenium Grid that has many new components, and you will be able to use it in basically using Docker containers. Also, in the fifth video, it was more advanced. We talked about geolocation testing, localization testing, and many more advanced types of automated testing. Then in the sixth video, we talked about responsive testing and especially how you can use it for layout testing for different layouts and in the cloud on different browsers. Then on the seventh video, we focused more on troubleshooting and doing test failure analysis using the bidirectional protocol and CDP. And in the last video, we talked about in much depth about how you can modify, intercept traffic, capture it, and change it in many ways. If you missed some of the videos, check them. There is already a playlist about it. Also, you can subscribe to the channel and hit the ring bell so that you get notified when 𝒏𝒕𝒐𝒏 publishes new videos. Also, don't forget to check the 𝒏𝒕𝒐𝒏 blog because many of these topics there about them, they are really detailed articles. And of course, under the description below, you will find a link to the full source code that we're going to talk about next. Now, in today's topic, we are going to talk about capturing performance metric using CDP. And before doing that, I'm going to show you many resources because this is a really tough topic, I mean, to do a talk about. Because many things are changing every day, and there are new tooling, new measurements. And now, if you are familiar with my other courses on 𝒏𝒕𝒐𝒏 channel, probably you watch the JUnit course. If you miss it, check it out. It's even if you're a beginner, it will help you. Even if you are a regular to senior position, it will help you as well. Because we're starting from the beginning and going in much more details and in depth. But there, I use this to do MVC application, to do demonstrations and write scripts about it, and especially for data-driven tests. And today, in my example, I'm going to use this site once again. Basically, it's a simple to-do application written in different technologies. And there is a reason why I'm going to use this particular website. As you know, if you watch some of my previous videos, you know that I'm going always trying to give you some real stories from my practice. And actually, a month ago, actually for the whole year, my team has to work on a project where in this big enterprise, we're trying to update the front end from one technology to another. But in order to do that, it's not just the functional testing, but we need to make sure that the performance, because this was one of the main reasons to upgrade from one solution to the other, is really behaving well, right? So we have to do this kind of performance tests. Of course, we're not, they're dedicated tools for performance and wall testing. However, we can utilize our functional Selenium tests for this job as well. And I'm going to show you probably how we can do it with a mixture of tools. Of course, there are many different metrics, as you will see. It's not just the time for welding that really matters. Now, I'm just quickly going to show you what we are going to do. We are just, you know, typing to do items, right? And then you can check them, you can delete them, that's it. In our case, in order to really see the performance there, we are going to type 100 items to the list. And there is a real goal behind it. Because sometimes in these new single page applications technologies, if they are not implemented well, they may lead to memory leaks. And actually, this was a real case in my practice before that we catch with these functional tests. We catch a real memory leak. And if you use the developer tools, as you can see here, this measurement, total JavaScript heap size. And if you keep doing some actions and this is keep increasing and increasing, even if you reload the pages, probably you have a memory leak. This was our case back then. And these profilers are really good, especially in Chrome, and I'm going to show you how we can use them. But of course, we're talking about performance-related metrics. And as I told you, as you know, the performance of our website is essential. And when we use the word fast in this context, what do we mean? Well, the performance turnout, it's something relative. And a website might be fast for one user situated in Europe and slow for another who lives on an island. And you're going to see that especially in the next chapter from our course when we're going to talk about simulating network conditions. Anyway, two websites may finish loading relatively at the same time. However, one of them may seem that it's loading much faster. Another may appear to load fast but respond poorly on user interactions. And over the past few years, members of Chrome team in collaboration with the 𝑨𝒏𝒕𝒐𝒏 Web Performance Working Group have been working to create standards, a new set of APIs, and metrics that are more accurately measure how the user experience the performance of the web page. The types of metrics that they created are basically they're, for example, the perceived load speed, how quickly a page can load and render all of its visuals on the screen, how quickly a page can load and execute any required JavaScript code for components and respond promptly to user interactions, visual stability, smoothness, do transitions and animations render at a consistent frame rate and flow fluidly from one state to the next. Maybe the best place to learn about these metrics is to go to WebDev Learn. This is a special website from Google. And here in this collection, there is a section about metrics and web vitals. I will come to this later, talking about web vitals. And when we open the metrics, you'll see here important metrics to measure. And let's discuss them in short. The first, contentful paint, measures when the page starts loading to when any part of the page contents is rendered on the screen. The next one, the largest contentful paint, measures when the page starts loading to when the largest text block of image element is rendered on the screen. Then you have the first input delay. This measures when a user first interacts with your site. For example, when they click a link, tap a button, or use a custom JavaScript-powered component, to the time when the browser is actually able to respond to that interaction. This is really, what we talked about perceived load speed, right? Then you have the time to interact. This measures the time from when the page starts loading to when it's visually rendered and its initial scripts, if there are any, have loaded, and it's capable of reliably responding to user input quickly. Then you have the total blocking time. This measures the total amount of time between first contentful paint and the time to interact, and where the main thread was blocked for a long time to prevent input responsiveness. And I know sounds complex, but we're going to see some tools that can help you. And then you have the last one, which measures this is basically a score of all unexpected layout shifts that occur between the page starts loading and when its lifecycle states change to hidden. And the first one here, time to first byte, is a foundational metric for measuring connection setup of time and web server responsiveness in both in the lab and the field, and it helps to identify when a web server is too slow to respond to a request. And as I said, it sounds complex. Usually in DevTools, if we open, one of the tools that you can use, you can use Lighthouse. Built by Google, Lighthouse is an open source auditioning tool for developers. It works over the Chrome DevTools, and basically it runs series of audits to measure not only the performance, but accessibility, SEO, best practices, some practices about progressive web applications. And also it works not only in DevTools, but it's also as an extension to Firefox and Chrome and Edge. So you can use it to get some insights about the performance, as I said. And actually you can combine it even with your Selenium tests. In a minute, I'm going to show you how you can do it really easy on the cloud, especially in the Lambda test cloud. I worked on an article about how to integrate it in our enterprise open source framework. Just in short, I don't have the Java code, but just in short, I will explain the idea just to see that it's really, I'm not sure that it's worth so much code to make it work in your case. Anyway, the thing that I'm doing is I'm installing Node.js. I installed the Lighthouse command line tool, and then from the C# code, we're just running a process against our browser. The whole complex logic here is that we want to, for example, our test to perform 20, 30 steps behind the login and add some data, delete some data, and then perform the report, not just load a single page that the normal plugin is doing. And in order to be able to do all of this complex stuff, basically we need to start our Chrome driver in debugging mode, and basically open a remote debugging port. And basically this needs, after that, we need to connect the process of Lighthouse to this debug port, and then we are going basically to reuse the session. This is how all of the magic happens. And then I'm just instructing my Lighthouse to generate the report in JSON format that I can easily in C#, Java, or any language, I can then deserialize it to C# objects. And then I can do asserts and whatever I want. That's how I did it. The complex part is when you need to, usually, especially in continuous integration, we don't run our tests in separate browsers. And the complex part is how do you integrate this solution with Selenium Grid. I actually managed to do that. It was really complex because there isn't much documentation about this. Let me open it. I'm going to show you. I actually created servlet about it. Here is Lighthouse Grid extension, and this Lighthouse servlet basically do the same thing. Basically, these servlets can then be used as an extension to your Selenium grid. But as you can imagine, if you use not your own grid, then probably you won't be able to do that. However, we don't need to do that because this is something built in Lambda test, and we can use these reports to get some insights about this performance matrix. The only thing that you need to do is here it is, the initialization logic. The only need that you need to do is that you need to add this performance option to true, and that's it. Then at the end of your test, I already just let me remind you what we are doing in our test. If we return here, basically in our DevTools, I created a JUnit data-driven test with many of these technologies. As I said, we're going to open the same application for all of them. In a minute, I'm going to explain the DevTools code, but the important part is here that we are navigating to this to-do application. Then we open the technology. We're just clicking the link of this particular technology. And then I have a special generate random string. It's out of the scope of the video, but I'm just adding new items to the list. That's it. In a minute, we're going to discuss the matrix. That's all of it. We're just adding 100 items for each particular technology, and we get the matrix. And I already executed the test so that we don't lose time to check the results. I opened just a few of them. And as you can see, we have this performance tab. And on the performance, you can see the different rates about, as I said, the different best practices, right? And when you click on performance, you'll see all of these metrics that we discussed earlier. And you can see the seconds and all of that. However, you cannot get them as numbers in the code so that you can do assertions. However, if you need to measure it, I guess you can just go to the platform and check them. As you can see, for this is why I picked this result. I think this was Angular 2. Here, there was a total blocking time of 60 milliseconds, which is not good compared to 0 for others. Here, as you can see, it's 99 for Knockout.js. And as you can see here, the total blocking time is much more. So you can make some assumptions based on it. Also, if we check the White House scoring calculator, you can see how this impacts the score if you increase the milliseconds. To be honest, I'm not sure at which point this is measured, whether it's just probably it's in the end of the test. However, probably it's just reloading the whole page. But anyhow, this can be insightful to you. Next, another way that we could measure without DevTools, the performance results is if you go to Chrome driver Chromium website. In the past, I used this approach. Is natively, even before the Selenium 4 release, there was a possibility to instruct the Chrome driver to, here as you can see, to walk the performance metrics to Chrome options. However, right now with the Selenium 4 release, if you copy and paste this code, it's not working. I tried to make it work, but it stopped working with the Selenium 4 release. So you need to use the Chrome DevTools, which is good. I mean, you have all of the metrics and everything. So I'm going to explain now how you can do that. Now, if we return to, for now, I'm going to skip the part with the native cloud, right? I just left two of the technologies just to show you some inputs. And the thing that I did here is, again, if we check the documentation, if we go to the Selenium documentation website, here under Chrome Developer Tools, you'll see that we can capture performance metrics. And the thing that we need to do is we need to get the DevTools, create a session, then we need to enable the performance the same way we did for the network. And probably you need to do all of the actions, and then you need to collect the metrics. And then we're going to print them. This is basically what I did. And here it is. By the way, I did one more thing. I wrapped all of this in a try block in order to basically, when you get the DevTools, you need to close it at the end. And the try block is going to do this for you at the end of the scope. The scope is defined by these brackets. And we're doing the same thing, creating session, enabling the performance, doing all the actions, getting the metrics, and print them. And I already, as I said, I already did that. If we check them, or okay, I'm going just to run the tests one more time just to see what it's doing, and then we're going to see in the console the metrics. I'm going to print them on the console, but of course you can probably, the thing that you need to do in your case is that for you want to pick 2-3 essential cases for your application, then for all of these measures, you need to execute them more than once. And you need to be sure that no one is doing something like wall testing or, you know, doing something with the test data, right? Probably you need to execute these tests a couple of times, at least 10 times. Then, as you know, usually we remove the best result and the worst result, and we're making average for all the results. And then you can put them into Excel sheets and compare the results. Of course, this cannot measure the load. As I said, we're just gathering some data. Probably for more advanced wall testing or performance testing, you need to use another tool such as JUnit. However, in JUnit, I'm not completely sure that you can get some of the stuff that we can get natively from Developer Tools. And of course, here we are using the whole code of our functional tests, right? So here you can see all of the different metrics. I print them out here. And now comes the problem. Because as you saw in the documentation, there wasn't really explanation about what this means, right? I tried to search on the internet about what are these metrics, what they mean. There is even a dedicated thread on Stack Overflow about people asking about it. And even when you open here the documentation that I showed you previously about the DevTools, you will see that we are using this get matrix. You will see that there isn't really explanation about what these metrics are. And the closest thing that I found that can be meaningful to us is actually the Puppeteer framework that it's probably used underneath for some of the functions. As you know, this is automation library similar to WebDriver, built by Google. And here there is a short explanation about some of the metrics. And I found useful, especially two of them, and this is how I got the memory leak. We found out about it. This is the JavaScript heap total size and the JavaScript heap used size. Probably something else that it's important to get is this script duration. layout duration. The others, you can measure them, but especially these four, you can combine them with the metrics that you can get from White House. Another thing that you can do, this is what you can get from, again, there isn't much documentation, unfortunately. It was the same with actually with the native Chromium driver. It's the same like here, even in the Google Docs, you can find the same. There isn't really another documentation. Another thing that you can do is if you go through the WebDev website and open every one of these metrics, some of them can be measured using JavaScript. For example, this is the documentation about largest contentful paint. And as you know, again, here is the JavaScript. You can use it to execute it using Selenium, right? Let's see what this will return. You go to the console, you paste it, and here you get the times, right? And you can calculate them. This is true for most of these metrics. Some of them cannot be measured, and if you go, for example, deeper into the topic and read some of the articles, you will see that there are other APIs, JavaScript APIs, user timing, wall task, element timing, that are actually 𝑨𝒏𝒕𝒐𝒏 standards. Another good place for search for these JavaScript libraries is the Mozilla MDN web docs. Here they have really detailed articles about these JavaScript APIs. And again, you can use them in combination with the different approaches that I showed you. For example, in the past, we used the following JavaScript: performance, get entries by type, navigation, length. And if we open this JavaScript object, you'll see that we have an array, and you have all sorts of properties here that you can observe and compare. And the last thing that I wanted to talk about is the Core Web Vitals report. This is, by the way, an update that can cause major changes in how programmatic ads work, and not only. I suggest you, I'm not going into much detail right now, because you can just Google on the Lambda test blog. There is a really detailed article about it. It's just out of the scope about the Chrome DevTools stuff. Yeah, you can read about it, but here on this report, you will find that actually there are some suggestions about what is a good result, and you can use it for benchmarking, right? Whether it needs improving, whether it's poor, whether it's good. Also in this article that you will find on the Lambda test blog, here it is, Core Web Vitals Expert Tips. You'll get many tips about how you can improve some of these metrics, right? And lastly, just a quick reminder again, how we can run all of this in the cloud. Basically, the thing that you need to do, we use normally everything in the Lambda test cloud. You get the credentials and everything, you put the remote driver, and the step that you need to remember is that we need to use the augmenter. And when you use the augmenter, then basically, you need to augment the driver so that you have access to the DevTools interface. And after that, in the test, we are just again doing the same thing. You can get the DevTools session here, enable the performance, and do all of the measurements together with the White House reporting. As you can see, it's a really complex topic. You can really deep dive. There are many things to consider here, but I propose to you you can use your functional tests for this. One more thing to remember, especially in the last video that we discussed before, and actually this happened to me in our production projects. On test environments, sometimes because of testing purposes, the caching functionality of our websites, the CDNs, are stopped. And when you do this kind of performance measurements, you need to be sure that you are much close to what is happening on production, because you can get the wrong times. And this actually happened to us. When you measure on a QA environment without the CDN and the cache, the times were in favor of one of the solutions. However, when we turn on and run all of the tests against production with the caching and all of the infrastructure, it was completely different story. So you need to be sure, and you can get that if you remember from the last video. You can use again the DevTools to enable the network. You can disable the cache, you can clear it, and you can get whether the requests come from the cache or not. But you need to make sure that you measure with the cache enabled and the CDN and everything. I think that's all for now. In the next video, we're going to extend the topic and talk about how you can emulate network conditions, so networks, and many other exciting stuff with bidirectional and CDP protocols. Thank you for watching. If you have any comments, you can put them under the video. You can always write me on LinkedIn. Again, check the Lambda Test blog. There are many awesome articles there, especially about performance. And don't forget to get your Lambda Test certification about JUnit and Selenium. See you soon. Bye. Take care.
Hi guys, greetings from Bulgaria. There were a few weeks here, national holidays, where we need to spend time with our families. This is why I missed 1 week of recording new video. However, I'm here ready for our 10th video from our Selenium 4 course. So let me share my screen. Until now, we talked about how to upgrade in the first video about how to upgrade from Selenium 3 to Selenium 4. Then we talked about the new relative locators. Then if you missed the video about the new initialization scripts from DevTools, check it out. There I show you how you can, in the test, show notifications and highlight the elements. Then we talked in depth about the new Selenium IDE next generation and a little bit about the new architecture of Selenium Grid. Then we, in the rest of the videos, we are looking into the new Chrome Developer Tools protocol integration into Selenium 4. First, we saw and talked about geolocation testing and the many aspects of it. Then we talked in depth about responsive testing, troubleshooting tests, and how to capture networking traffic. And maybe a related video was to how to and capture performance metrics and do performance analysis of your website. And
in this video now, we are going to talk about network emulation and how to simulate network speed. So it's kind of related. And by the way, thank you for Lambda Test for this opportunity, for this awesome channel and videos. If you missed some of the videos, check it out. There are 9 of them, and I suggest you to watch them. Also hit the ring bell and subscribe to the channel to receive many other awesome videos each week. And also don't forget that many of these topics on the Lambda Test blog, they are really detailed articles about them. So check them out. Now, up to the topic about network emulation using Chrome Developer Tools protocol. Before showing you the actual Java code that we use in Selenium, I want to talk about first why we need to simulate and emulate the network, right? So now, first, if you need to do this kind of testing, you need to prepare yourself, and many websites use this analytics for capturing how many users are there per month visiting your website, where they come from, what are basically whether they use mobile or desktop, what are the browsers, etc., etc. And this is the analytics from one of my test websites, right? And here we are checking the analytics for the last month. And this is a nice place to see. The first thing is maybe to check the country, right? Because when you check where your users are coming from, then in a minute I'm going to show you another website so that we can check what is the expected network speed in this country. And this means that, for example, if your main country target is Australia, then you need to check what is the network speed in Australia, and then probably we are going to simulate this particular speed, because here, for example, in Bulgaria, we have really high-speed internet, but in some more remote countries, especially if you use mobile, things can get another way around. So you need to simulate this. And now when we saw the countries here, then there is another website called, there are many other websites that can show you such data, but Speed Test is one of the most popular, at least around here. There is this app that can measure your current speed. And I guess because of that, they capture some traffic information, and they have statistics about the different countries, right? And for example, here, if we search for India and if we open it, you're going to see the average download speed on mobile. It's relatively much slower compared to US or Bulgaria, for example, and there is a huge latency, right? So we'll have to simulate this. And if we need to talk about, as you will see, in Chrome Developer Tools, if you watch some of my other videos, you know that Chrome Developer Tools protocol, they have really nice documentation here regarding all the different options. Really, not all of them are exposed to the protocol in Selenium 4. However, we can send some commands even if there isn't a particular method, special method exposed in the binding, right? As you'll see, we have these emulate network conditions. We have a method for it in the Java binding. So probably we will use it. If you check the official Selenium documentation, as we talked in the first videos, we have two protocols, bidirectional
API that it's the suggested one to be used because it's shared across different browsers like Chrome, Firefox, and others. This will be the future. And they already have some stuff like network interception. However, they don't, as you can see, they don't have anything here about network emulation. And they have only a few stuff about Chrome developer tools, and there isn't anything about emulation of networks. However, we have this option here in the network domain, right? If we enable the network domain, we can emulate the network. Emulate network conditions, and as you can see here, we can basically test offline how our website is behaving offline. In a minute, I will explain what this means. Why? I know that it can sound strange how our website can work offline, but I will explain in a minute what are these applications. But as I said, maybe the three core parameters for network conditions are download speed, the upload speed. Maybe the download is most important when you test the speed of your website, the performance, and then the latency. What is the latency? Maybe one really good book about this is called High Performance Browser Networking. And this book is explaining exactly this. There is a whole chapter, the 7th chapter, dedicated to mobile networks. And the book states that the problem with high performance is almost always tied to latency. We usually have plenty of bandwidth, but the protocols get in the way. Just a quick example, for example, for 3G, the download rate, the data rate, is between 0.5 up to 5 megabits per second. While in 4G, it's like 10 times more. It's between 1 and 50 megabits per second. And the latency in 3G is between 100 and 500 milliseconds, while in 4G is less than 100, right? It's much, much better. Why this is important? It's connected to, first, how we can test this. If you open, for example, here I opened YouTube, right? In YouTube, we can open Chrome Developer Tools. We did this many times. And here, when you click here on this toggle, mobile emulation, right? Here you can simulate this network emulation, right? Here I can click on mid-tier mobile. And as you can see here at the bottom, this is fast 3G. And on purpose, I can check here whether I disable the cache or not. If you remember from the last video with code using the Chrome Developer Tools, we can simulate disabling and clearing the cache. This is really important. If you watch my previous video there, I shared that from my company is working on one of enterprise project where we have to do this kind of performance measurements, and there we have this problem with the cache, right? That, for example, on the test environment, the cache is disabled, and when you compare two different solutions built using different technologies, it can really mess up the comparison. So you have to test really how your website is behaving when the cache is enabled or disabled. And especially when you disable it the first time, you will see for one or two users how for the first user that is hitting the endpoint in particular country, how fast it will be, right? After that, it should be faster. Also, there is another way for speeding this up, depending whether your website is hosted in some of the mobile clouds and whether it's using the CDN. The CDN basically
this type of service have many different data centers across the world, and is providing the website all of its files to the user that from the nearest data center, right? For example, if you are in Australia and you hit the website, if I have in South Asia data center, it will be much faster compared to sending you all of these files from Europe, for example, right? This is the purpose. Anyhow, you can simulate here, let's see, if I refresh now, you will see that the website is loading much slower when I'm disabling the cache and simulating with 3G. And by the way, YouTube, Gmail, you can test them even when you're offline. Maybe YouTube no, but here this is one of my test accounts in Gmail. Actually, Gmail is progressive web application. In a minute, I will explain what they are, but I can test them. When you are offline, you can still check your mails, right? Because actually they are downloaded on your machine. And let me explain what the progressive web apps are. There is a really nice website that Google built. It's called 𝑨𝒏𝒕𝒐𝒏. And also they have a checklist for progressive web apps, what they are. And actually the progressive web apps are web applications that are like regular web pages or websites, but they can appear to user like traditional applications or native mobile applications. Basically, if you install them on your mobile device, even if they are using, HTML, JavaScript, CSS, whatever, they work like a native app. And the application type attempts to combine features offered by most modern browsers with the benefits of mobile experience. And if we check this core website's checklist, maybe there are several important parts. It should work for every user. It should be responsive, so you can use the responsive stuff that I showed you in the previous video provided by the from DevTools and the Lambda test platform. It should be connectivity independent. What this means is that it should be able to work offline like this, because when you're on your mobile device, many often you don't have a network, right? Or it's too slow. And this is why we need to check whether this application works offline or not. And we can simulate that using from DevTools protocol. Also, as I said, it should look like, it should be upright. And in the case of YouTube, there is really one important thing about progressive apps. And basically, you're allowed to install them directly from the browser. I can click here to install it. And it's the same on your mobile device. Actually, another popular progressive web app is the Starbucks app, and you can install it on your mobile device. And they should be safe, always should be HTTPS, they should be search friendly, reachable, linkable, easy installation with this button here. In a minute, I'm going to show you quickly how when you install it, how you can pull it from WebDriver. But again, how this works. If we return to, for example, Gmail, again, you can go to application, and there are two important files. The first one is the manifest file. Here we don't have one, but I think we have one for YouTube. Here it is. The manifest file, basically, that is the file within the progressive web app that describes the app, provides metadata specifics like icons, splash screens. And then the most important one is the service worker. they're essential and act as a proxy servers that sits between the web application, the browser, and the network when available. And they are intended, among the other things, to enable the creation of effective offline experience, intercepting network requests, and take appropriate action based on whether the network is available or not, so data assets regarding the server. And they will also allow access to push notifications and background sync APIs. And actually, if you're curious about them, they're part of HTML5 APIs. Here is the Mozilla MDN web docs. You can check these really awesome tutorials here how this works. But basically, this is like a background thread on your web browser where when the website detects that you are connected to the internet, it will download and update many of the files, JavaScript files, HTMLs, etc. And this is how the Gmail stuff here is working, right? And many often these background threads, they're populating the local storage here. As you can see, my browser, my web app is storing the emails and the other info here in the local storage, in the index database. And when I'm offline, it's actually reading from these storages here. This is how it works. And this is why it's important to test it, to test whether it's offline or not. Now, it's time to talk about how we can test in Java code. In Java code, here it is. Yeah, by the way, in the links below in the description, you will find all the source code as part of the GitHub repo. You can clone it, you can play with it. Again, if you remember the last time we were going through this to-do MVC application. Just quickly, I'm going to show you what we did. This to-do MVC application is awesome because we have one single to-do application pre-written in all of these technologies, right? For example, Know-how.js, and we can say buy milk, buy coffee, etc. We can proceed, we can disable it, and this is what my test is doing. The thing that I did is that the last time I prepared JUnit test that it's using, it's data-driven, passing the technology, and then we're starting the DevTools protocol here. And in order to simulate, actually here, we are navigating to the website, opening the specific technology, and then we are adding 100 items so that the test is longer, so that we can capture performance metrics that we can check later. Then we're adding some of them and checking them. And then I'm printing the performance metrics while I'm getting. Maybe another thing that you can do, as I said, there isn't a documentation, but it's quite easily to emulate the network conditions the way I showed you in the DevTools. Here, you just need to create a DevTools session. Again, don't forget to wrap it into a try block because you need to close it at the end. Otherwise, if you have many tests relying on the DevTools protocol, maybe over time, there will be problems, especially if you run them on the grid. So we get the DevTools, we create the session. Then don't forget that first, this is regarding the performance, but right now we are talking about the emulation of networks. So you need to send a network enable command. And if you hover, you can see that here we have max total buffer size, max resource buffer size, and max host data size. For now, it's completely fine to provide optional empty. optional. You can check the documentation that I showed you in case this doesn't work for you. You can check what these parameters means. But the important part here is that this command here, network.emulate network conditions. Again, if you need to test such progressive web application, especially in offline mode, this means that at least once you need to go to it, do particular actions so that the background thread can download the different resources. And don't forget that actually in WebDriver, we're always starting a clean session of the browser with clean web storages, right? This means that in a single test or in a single browser instance, you have first to visit the website, do some actions, and then call the DevTools here, and then stop and work in offline mode and do some actions to verify that your website is working okay in offline mode. Then, as I said, you can set the latency, the download throughput, and the upload throughput that you can get from the speed index based on the country where you want to check. And here, of course, as optional, you can say what is the connection type, similar to the one that we suggest in the dropdown. This is what we do here. You can combine it again with the different performance checks that we did here in the previous chapter, especially the one about disabling the cache. Actually, it was here in the capture traffic. So actually, you can combine it here with the when you capture the different responses right here. Here we capture the responses. If you again, we need to enable the network, and then in this synchronized list that it's thread safe, we capture all the responses. Later, in these assert methods, we can get from the response the time and the response time. This means that when you simulate different networks, you can check that the response time is between particular thresholds, right? This is one of the things that we can do. Also, you can check whether they are served from the cache or not. And of course, you can clear or disable the cache. Again, this is really important when you do performance checks. And maybe another thing that you can do in your tests, especially here in the network, is that you can use the timeout annotation in JUnit. And for example, for slowest networks, you can say that please fail the test if it's above particular execution time. So you can combine them. And lastly, if you need to execute your tests in Lambda tests in the cloud, we can do two things. The first thing, as I said, especially about the even here in the White House tab in the DevTools, we can generate a report whether our progressive web app and the performance. As you see, it will check with different mobile screens, etc. It will check whether it has internet or not. Okay, maybe I have to stop here. Let me refresh it. Yeah, the White House needs internet. And now I will generate the report, and it will give me, like again, like with the performance, it will give me a number about the progressive web app checklist, and it will give me some suggestions. Sometimes here, as you can see, the metrics here. We can get the same metrics from the Lambda tests in the Lambda test here logs. And if you open, actually, if we open Lambda tests capabilities generator, In the advanced configuration, you will see maybe one useful thing is to enable network logs. It can help you again to see the timings of the different requests and check the timings, especially so you need this network set to true. Then there are two ways how to emulate the network, even three ways. Keep in mind that especially in the clouds like Lambda test, check the video about geolocation testing, but when you enable the geolocation testing that it's specific to the platform, to the Lambda test platform, you really run your tests from the real, for example, Australian network, and you will see the real speed there even without the emulation, right? So you can run the tests from different edges of the world, which is a good thing. Anyhow, you can still do some kind of emulation. There are two ways, as I said. You can put here in the Lambda test options in the capabilities network to true. This is the first thing. Then you need to enable the Chrome Developer Tools to true to use version 4. Then, if you remember, we used Augmenter so that it can add the DevTools to the remote WebDriver class. And then after that, we are just above use the DevTools the way we did in the regular tests. The second way that wasn't part actually of this capabilities generator is that if you check the docs and go to test capabilities, you'll see that we have network throttling. And actually there is a built-in way, even without Chrome Developer Tools in Lambda test, where you can check for, basically you say network throttling, and you can pick one of these conditions here, and they will simulate this particular speeds here and latency. So this is perfect, right? And you can do this even with JavaScript. So there are basically two ways. It's up to you what to use. The great thing about the native option is that actually you can use it with not only with Chrome and Edge, but with Firefox and other browsers too. Yeah, I think this was what I wanted to show you in this particular video. Thank you for watching. If you have comments, put them below. Also, don't forget to download the source code, hit the like button, and share the video. Also, don't forget to check the Lambda test blog. And by the way, there will be one bonus video about test results and reporting and analysis of failures. So subscribe to the channel and wait for it. And don't forget to get your JUnit and Selenium certification on the Lambda test website. Thank you. See you in the next video.
Hi guys, greetings from Bulgaria. I'm Anton, and here we are for the last video from our Selenium 4 series. Let me share my screen. It was a long journey, and in our course about Selenium 4, we learned many things. If you missed some of the videos, check them out. They're all already published. First, we discussed how to upgrade from Selenium 3 to Selenium 4 and discussed the many differences that come with the new release. Then we talked about the relative locators, one of the new most exciting features of Selenium 4. Then we discussed in many details how you can use the new initialization script logic for, instead of running scripts every time on every single page. And I showed you there how you can highlight elements on action, how you can extend the driver, also how you can pop up notifications. Then we discussed in many details again the new Selenium IDE next generation, that it's available for Chrome, not only Firefox, and the new architecture of Selenium Grid. In the fifth video, we talked about geolocation testing, localization, and many other more advanced types of testing, and especially how you can integrate them into the cloud. And as a continuation to the topic, we reviewed the different ways how you can test responsive applications. And of course, it's an important topic, not only to write the test, but be able to troubleshoot them. So in many of the half of the videos, actually, we were talking about Selenium 4 integration with Chrome Developer Tools protocol and the new bidirectional APIs. So I showed you how you can use them to troubleshoot tests, to configure the network traffic, capturing the traffic in really detailed video about networking, and it's partially connected, how to capture performance metrics. What does it mean one website to be fast? Because there are many different metrics about it, not just the speed. Check it out. There, it was really detailed, and we talked about progressive web applications. And in the last video from the series, we discussed network emulation and why you need to care about it. If you want to get more about, videos like this, don't forget to subscribe to the Lambda Test channel. Each week, we publish many videos on the channel. All of them are really detailed and awesome. Also, check the Lambda Test blog, because this is one of my favorite test automation blogs, because they really, spend a lot of time to create really detailed articles about the topics that we are talking on the YouTube channel. And in this last video, actually, it wasn't initially part of the program. However, we are reading your comments, right? And some of you wanted from me to create a video about test reporting and analysis. It isn't really connected to Selenium 4, but we decided to put it as a bonus to this particular series. So this is what we are going to talk about right now. Keep in mind that since I'm going to talk about many different tools, I'm going to give you a high-level overview about them and what are the concept, the pros. I'm going to show you maybe 3 or 4 more detailed examples, and mention a little bit about the configuration. But since, over time, there are many updates and these changes, I'm not going to focus that much about how to configure it exactly, because, as I said, on the blog, there are really detailed articles. On my personal blog also, I wrote about such of these tools in details. And it isn't really so that important how you can configure it, right? Once you know that you want to use the tool, because it's just step-by-step execution of the configuration, right? But I know that one of the missing resources out there online is actually, how to figure out which of these tools or combination of them to use. So I decided to focus, and first I'm going to start with my 4 top ways to analyze test results and look into the reports, and later I'm going to show you different other tools. My 4 tools that I prefer. The first one is Allure. Allure is more of a report than really an application for capturing the results. The same goes with Extend Report, that it's popular in Java. And the other 2, maybe the open source one, it's called Report Portal. It's really nice. It's a little bit, it takes much more resources like machines to run it and to maintain it, but it's nice. And maybe from technical perspective and people from my teams, they prefer to actually use the cloud results. Like, for example, if we in some of our projects we use Lambda tests, and there we are just using the results there, right? But from management perspective, sometimes it's nice to have some charts, etc. Let's first show you some examples, right? So about the Allure, here and there, before I was a fan of them. Right now, part of their services are not working because of the war between Ukraine and Russia, and here some of their websites cannot open, right? Even their demo website, I usually show their demo website, and it's up to you whether to use it or not. Yeah, in order to install it, you can go just type Allure documentation. It's really easy. It's installed through Scoop. Scoop is a Windows manager that basically from command line you can install any tool. You will require Java, and basically after it, if you go here into documentation to JUnit 5, you will see that you will need a few dependencies. Here, their documentation, I really struggled for a few hours to make it work because it's a bit outdated. But as I said, maybe this is because of the conflict right now. So you need first the dependency regarding, because you will need some annotations in the code that I'm going to show you in a minute, and then you need to install, as you can see, again, they use this Maven Surefire plugin, and they put some argument lines there in order to generate some files. Basically, the whole tool, it doesn't have actually a database, but is generating, let me see whether I will find it. Yeah, but it's generating, no matter whether this is .NET or Java, is generating all of these JSON files, and this is how it keeps the data. And then from command line, you need to, navigate to the folder, open it from here. Then basically you need to say Allure, generate the report. Then it will generate this folder here, Allure report. And then you need to say Allure, open this report, and it will bring like a portable web server, and it will open the report. The problem with it is that actually it's not really an HTML file, you need to have Allure installed to be, you need to, every time you need to open the command line to generate the report. And let me now show you in the code. I already installed the dependencies, right? As I said, with the Allure dependency, you will get different annotations like this. This is a meta information that you can basically group your tests in particular epic, feature, suite. You can link, for example, bug reports. You can attach different files like images or videos. And yeah, basically the only thing that you need is, as we already saw, this dependency about the Allure, and then some plugins here in order to be able to execute them. And based on the annotations here, you will get a report like this. Again, as you can see, it's based on my dynamic IP here. It will run on your local host. And afterwards, you have charts like this. As you can see, I already grouped them by feature, by suite. You can have different categories based on the bugs. And you have a filtering here. For example, you can view only the failures. You will get a stack trace like this. You have tags based on the categories you put. If there are some images, etc., you will see them here. And if for some reason you retry the tests, you will see them there. If you run the tests a few times in the same folder, which it depends which continuous integration tool you use, probably we will have here a history, but probably after the 10th time it will be cleared. And here is another example from actually the test-driven test that I created. You can change the names, you can see the times, that's fine. You have charts, but again, this is really just like an HTML report, like a simple website. Keep in mind that recently I found out that this is their free tool, and they offer some quality integrations that are paid. But again, my goal here is just to present to you the free options. As you know, open source, it's not really free because you need to pay for the machines to host it yourself. So you have to, make your own calculations, which is best for you. But yeah, they basically 4 years ago, they created a company, and they started to sell this tool after a few years that it was open sourced. So yeah, this was the first tool. I here included some images from actually we use it for my open source framework 𝒏𝒕𝒐𝒏, and here I just added a few images with more tests. I grouped them based on the different controls that I had. As you can see, more numbers there. And here I grouped them by features of the, because we have different controls like anchor, button, table, whatever. And then each of them had to support different other features of the framework, like whether we can extend it or not. And here I decided to group the features by these stories. And as you can see here, if we continue with the grouping, we have much more. It's really nice. I like it because it's, colorful and it's well grouped. Also keep in mind that they provide plugins for Jenkins. Here are the images, they have a plugin, and it's really easy. As a post action, you can, when you run your tests, for example, JUnit tests, then you can import the results as a Allure report, and then at the end, you need to provide the path, because these Allure results will be generated, this folder will be generated every time when you execute the tests through Maven. And then afterwards, left at the bottom left, you will find this Allure report link, and you will get the same thing but inside Jenkins, which is nice because you won't need to every time generate the report yourself. The next tool that I'm going to show you, it's called Report Portal, and Report Portal is actually completely open source. Here it is, Report Portal IO. It's built by PAM. It's really it's Docker based, so when we go to install, you will see that you can deploy it in your local Docker or Kubernetes. So I deployed it to my Docker. Keep in mind that we use it in production, and there, because the whole idea of the Report Portal is that it's full-fledged test report application, really hosted on your web server, and it needs, because it's built on top of many different technologies, and it has many containers, as you saw. From my observation, you need at least machine with 4 CPUs and 8 GB of RAM. to support it, so this is not cheap, no matter the cloud. But again, this report portal solution, probably you have one server for all of your teams that you're going to publish. You have different dashboards for the different teams and different types of tests, no matter whether these are UI tests, integration tests, unit tests, API tests, no matter, right? The installation is quite easy. I actually in the past created an article about it. Again, no matter, the configuration is almost identical, no matter whether this is .NET or Java. Basically, with curl, you need to download basically this Docker UML. You can find it on GitHub. And then it's just one simple command, Docker compose, report portal, create. That's it. And then afterwards, on port 8080, you can log in with these two credentials. You can check the official documentation. And I actually already did that. And as you can see, this is full-fledged application. I really like, it's really configurable. You can create different dashboards like this. You can add custom widgets, shared widgets. There are many of them, like how many tests failed based on the grouping, whether it's product bug, automation bug, system issue to system issue of the test environment, whether you need to investigate it, whatever, right? Also, you can export it with the print option. You can save it as a PDF and send it to your managers. So it's really nice. It has a full screen mode, which again is really nice, for example, to display it on a TV that you have in your office, right? We did that. You can see the failed test cases trend, overall statistics count, many different things. I'm not going to drill down right now because there are many of them. Also, when you go to the project settings, it has integrations. You can integrate it with Jira or different test case management systems. Also, it has a really nice auto analysis feature, sort of machine learning, basically based on your analysis and marking of different tests that failed. The next time it can predict whether this was a real bug or not. And also you can create different patterns here for this analysis. I actually created demo data in order to show you these charts, but I also run a few launches with different tests here. To be honest, here you need to drill down many times based on your tree of packages, and you need many clicks here to see the actual test, which is, for me, it's a little bit annoying, even when you have this breadcrumb here or the secondary navigation. But it's really complex. It's really nice, especially if you run, for example, Cucumber test or SpecFlow, BiDi style. You will see the logs here. You will see the screenshots, the attachments, the history, and everything. Also, you can save different filters for you to easier find different test cases and groupings based on categories, tags, whatever. So yeah, it's nice. And as I said, you have different dashboards here, and it's really easy to set up. However, keep in mind that in production, we had some problems with, because it's real time, meaning that compared to, for example, Allure, which is, the report is generated at the end of the run. Here, if you run it natively, basically it has listeners to the different CLI tools. And when one test is complete, passed or failed, no matter, it will call the API and it will be published immediately here. So real time, you will see while your tests are running. However, from what I noticed, it really depends on your web server. This slowed down a little bit the execution. there is an option because it's really, they have really nice API. You have the option to just upload the test result file at the end, which is fine. And the second issue here was when there is a new version of the report portal, it was really hard to, update them separately. Sometimes it took like a day or two for someone to update and migrate all the data. And sometimes, of course, because it's open source, they release some breaking changes, right? So this is a problem. Regarding the integration, really, you can check their website. Basically, they need this report portal properties here in the resources folder. You need to point here the IP address and the port to the API. Then from the settings here for your account here, you can go here and just copy authentication token. And later on with this authentication token, you are going to authenticate to the API so that we can use it. You don't need to put any annotations here, which is really nice. However, as you can find out in their documentation, you will need a few dependencies here. Again, the dependencies here, and then some plugins. But again, you can just copy paste them from the documentation, that's it. And this report portal properties. The next tool that I want to show you is called Extend Report. And Extend Report is, especially in the Java world, maybe it's one of the most popular, really simple reports. It's much more like Allure. Again, like them, they have paid version. And here I created one Extend Report. Basically, this is just a nicer HTML report. As you can see, I just open it, which is, for me, it's better than the Allure because, for example, if you just want to send this over email to your manager or QAs, it's much easier. Actually, in the paid version, they have email reporter as well. But this is just the community edition, the free one. And if there is an error, you're going to see it here. You cannot different steps as I did here. The problem with it, here you can see the differences between professional and community. As you can see, they have advanced reporter here that it's part of the professional and the email reporter. Maybe if you have more advanced framework and for example, in our framework that we use at work, that it's open source, we can create different plugins and basically execute some logic after particular actions, and then probably this will make the integration with the Extend Report easier. Here I created, by the way, you can download the whole source code. You can find it in the description. It's already on GitHub. But again, just try to do it yourself. Just check the documentation. Here, my goal is just to give you an overview. Yeah, for the Extend Report, again, following their documentation, you need in the POM XML a few dependencies here, and again, a few plugins. That's it. However, again, there is a good documentation. If we check it here, not this tab, just give me a second. Yeah, when you check their documentation here for version 5, because version 4 was deprecated, you can create nodes. The node is basically, the particular steps to create something like a BiDi style, behavior-driven style of the tests. Here you can find the different examples. I found that they have, for the Extend framework, they have an example from Java, and I basically get it from here. And then maybe the simplest way to integrate it, like I did, was that you need this you need to create an object from this extend reports. I did it here before all tests. Then I create this extend Spark reporter, and you say where you want to save the HTML file. And you need to call flush in order to create the file at the end. And basically here is where we create the different tests. Basically, you need to call it inside the tests. This is why I said that basically if your framework supports, ways to execute logic before the test, after the test, before each action, etc., it's much clearer way to do it. For me, this is a deal breaker, but this is personally for me, because basically you're messing the reporting or the logging with the test itself, and it's making the test much unreadable. But anyway, I just wanted to show you. So here we need to call extend create test, the name of the test. Every time, since this is test data-driven tests, check out the JUnit, my JUnit course on the Lambda test channel if you miss it. But this is a way how this particular test will be executed for each of these values here, which are different technologies. And basically, yeah, we are going to create one node with this particular name of the test, and then to create the different particular steps, whether we navigate it or not, is here. So I'm saying given, which is, again, you can miss that, but this is given when then BiDi style. So you need to say given class, what is the step? We navigate to this particular page, then and we're opening this particular technology. And here I'm mentioning whether the step passed or failed. And then in the end, if some of these steps failed, I just failed the test itself. Otherwise, I am passing it. As you can see, it's making the test much more unreadable than I wanted. But again, if you have a framework and you integrate it, maybe it's fine. But however, I prefer the other two more. And to be honest, maybe the way I used to work more when I need to troubleshooting tests, I really just, I just, for example, as I said, if my tests run on Lambda test or another tool, I open it, for example, here in the automation, check the builds, I open the particular test that I want to troubleshoot, and here I have everything that I need. I mean, I have the video, I have the commands. If we enable the networking, I will see the networking, I will see the logs. This is what I want, right? And if you use the new hyper execute runner, you will also find here the actual stack trace. It's a pity here if you want. Actually, it's possible to have the actual stack trace, but you need to log it yourself. I think somewhere, maybe in the troubleshooting video, I mentioned it. I don't remember exactly, but I think there you can find it. And here in the exceptions, you will find the actual stack trace if you log it yourself, because there is a way how you do it. But yeah, basically, this is my favorite way, because I'm much more technical, right? I need the technical details, and I want to get them fast. So here, the filtering for me, it's completely enough. And now I prepared other slides here to show you other solutions. I will quickly explain other solutions. For example, no matter whether my project is .NET or Java, you can do it both ways in Azure and Jenkins. But another perfect place to analyze the test results is just go to your continuous integration jobs, right? Because this is the way how we usually execute our tests. Here in Azure DevOps, we can create dashboards like this. And then for each particular build, we have simple widgets like this with numbers. And we have a list of all tests, whether they failed or not. When I open the test, I see the actual stack trace. Most of the time, I even don't need an actual video, right? Maybe a problem with this approach is that maybe a thing that it's really nice about Report Portal and other similar machine learning algorithms, tools, is that they group the failures and mark them, because here, especially when you have 1,000 tests, sometimes it's hard to figure out when you have 100 failures. I need to open them separately and analyze them one by one. And most of the time, for example, 20 of the tests failed with the same error, right? And I guess the best tool out there should be able to group them and do this and help us, right? But anyhow, this is good enough for me. As I said, I use the combination between Azure and Lambda test, for example. But it's a matter of preference, because I'm really, I'm just parsing the stack trace here, and I see it when I just see it, right? So yeah, here we see the error message in the stack trace, and if you build your framework in a way that basically the errors are meaningful, then probably you won't need such advanced reporting. In Azure, it's really easy, and in most continuous integration systems, basically the run of the test is actually just running the test from command line, and then we have one step that it's publishing with some kind of a plugin the results to the continuous integration job. So we have published steps here, no matter for .NET and for Java as well. It's the same thing about Jenkins, another maybe the most popular continuous integration tool out there. You need to install the JUnit plugin. Then you have a step after you execute the test through Maven or Round. And as you can see here, the Surefire report just publish the JUnit results. And after that, based on the different builds, you will have link here with the latest test results. And similar to what I showed you in Azure DevOps, you can open the different tests, and even you will have a history about them, and you will see like a chart about the execution time over time. Just keep in mind that you need to be sure that when you execute the tests, you're sure that you're executing them on the same test environment, because if you start executing the same build on different environments, probably this type of charts, especially about the test execution time, won't be true, right? So you need to be careful. This is true about any continuous integration system. Another popular tool in recent years is GitHub Actions. It's really straightforward how you can integrate it with Java with Maven. Then you need this, again, UML file, and you need to search the marketplace about test reporter. And after that, it's really more lightweight reporting. You will see like a summary about the test like this, and if there are failures, again, you will see like the exception message and the stack trace, and most of the times this is perfectly fine, especially if inside of your framework you use a lot of logging steps with the information. This might be fine. It's the same with Bitbucket. Bitbucket, it's really similar to GitHub Actions. Again, you will see, as you can see here, you see the different tests and the times. When you click on the report, you will see the exception and the stack trace and many different logging steps if you use a logging framework there. And I added a few images of different custom solutions. One such custom solution is that we used in the past in one of my past companies. It's called Dashing Dashboard, and we use it to show different builds that were widely executed, and they were displaying this on a TV in the office, which was nice. It's just we use it as a visibility for our monitoring, live monitoring tests. Another popular combination that some people used to prefer, I get these images from some articles that I found online, is Kibana plus Elasticsearch. You can create really nice dashboarding. Basically, Elasticsearch is like a big data MongoDB based, if I'm not wrong, database or a tool, and you can import data there. And after that, with Kibana, you can configure dashboards and even more advanced dashboards, and you can drill down there and you can see, the different data there and analyze them. But again, this is just a custom written solution. We had such combination like 10 years ago in one of my companies to observe some APIs, and it was nice, but again, you need to code it everything yourself. Another thing that I used while I was working on the open source framework I developed is Azure App Insights. Again, no matter whether it's Azure, again, in Google and Amazon clouds, you have similar services. They're basically Azure App Insights. It's something like Google Analytics for applications. It's like a big data storage, and with SQLite language, you can write queries to visualize the results. You can filter the tests, etc. And actually, in the past, it's nice because actually we use it to get insights and analytics about our tests. For example, when you run your tests with continuous integration jobs, many of them, all of them are inserting the data inside the insights. What are the tests, with what data we execute them, on which environment, etc., with what they failed. And then with all of these different queries, you can later analyze the results and find, for example, particular bugs in the framework that are, because as I said, it's really extremely hard. For example, in Azure and Jenkins, you don't have like real filtering about the tests, especially between the builds. And here we can see like aggregated result from date to date for a particular exception, which is nice for especially insight and finding bugs, right? But again, this is, Azure App Insights is not really meant to be like a test reporting or analysis, but it's like a general tool for these insights for applications. But system tests and UI tests and frameworks, etc., we're building applications, so it's fine to use such tools in our work. And then you can use this is like a chatbot that I developed in the past that actually is generating a report based on the run, and then actually it used AI and machine learning algorithm for parsing the exceptions and analyzing and grouping the tests based on the failures. And it was attaching the screenshots and videos in the cloud and then linking them here and creating these nice HTML reports. And then since it's a chatbot, it was, it could connect to any chat platform and notify you about that the run is complete or there is a bug, whatever, right? So there are different chat solutions. This was one that I developed for our project. And there are many other, plugins for popular continuous integration tools that you can hook to, for example, Slack, because they have webhooks and you can integrate with it. So it's a nice way to get notified, not only by email. So here is the end of it. Thank you for watching. If you have any questions, you can ask them in the comments below. You can find me always on LinkedIn. As I said, you can download the full source code. Don't forget to check the LAMP test blog because there are many awesome articles there. And don't forget to get your certification. And I hope to see you soon. Bye and take care.